the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Casey's lurking tail in the frame, Shaq's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, filth in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack. Now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's
Good morning, afternoon, evening. Hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. As usual, I hope you can hear me. Let me know if there's any audio problems. You should be fine. Our background music should be audible. Everything should be going fine. You should be able to see me bouncing up and down because my legs cannot stand still. All good. Bonjour, is that what you mean? I've got my rooibos tea today. So I've had caffeine earlier, but we don't need more. So I hope everyone's had if your day is just starting, welcome. If your day is ending, hope it was a good one. If it's still happening, let's make it better. Thank you for your patience this week with the slow content week. We do have a nice, fun, and entertaining addition to my arsenal, which is my arsenal, which is the bit of the action camera thing that you guys made a nice bit of fun of. It will help me when I go on a trip in a few weeks' time. It will help me to stay connected to you guys. So I will be, not next week, but the next week I'm going away for a week. But I will be back, and I will be hopefully sharing little snippets of what I'm doing with you while I'm overseas. Arsenal, gross kitty. I'm sorry. So there's that. Just so you guys know. Okay, speaking of minds in the gutter, okay, it's just here. This is the thing that was in the pictures, but the thing that I showed you guys was the mini camera that comes out of things. Oh, I'm zipping things up, not unzipping it. So, but this is the full camera, okay? It's the full thing. So, yeah, it will be coming on a journey with me, and so will you. Therefore, so far all I've done is created some cat videos, which I'll be able to share with you, and you'll be able to judge my training skills with the cats, and also my apartment. So there's that will maybe I'll make that members only initially, just why not. So I'll release that in a week to the public, but members only will get the action cam stuff this week. So there's that, and yes, my sincerest apologies for this slow stream week, and yeah, I guess I'm taking my time even getting into the stream. Hi Sherry, hi Paffy, hi Groovy, hi Nicholas, sup Chucky. Peepers was there earlier and I said hi. I think Peepers is probably asleep by now. So yeah, we are continuing with the socialism, capitalism discussion. I'm hoping it will be intellectually stimulating. If not, it'll just make us laugh. And we're okay with that. That's what we all need. Sorry, I'm busy putting this magnetic thing away. And yes, it is a lovely gift from our lovely Gordon for me. So we appreciate our Gordon. Right. Hey, Creamage. Oh yeah, apparently just with the action camera or whatever, it seems like right is just the thing that I say to start. So if my camera was voice activated, it would be you say right. Oh fuck, I'm just destroying my carry case here. That's very disappointing. I'm at the airport, so thanks for being on right now. Ooh, where you going to, Sherry? Or you gonna, that'll be too doxing. Hope it's an exciting flight, or exciting trip, not like a shitty, I don't feel like going to this place thing. Alright. That's the show and tell for today. Stream randomly lagging, or is that my end? It might be my camera lagging. I don't know if the stream itself is lagging or if it's my camera. Is the audio? Yeah, the audio is a little bit off, hey? Yeah, let me see. I'll stop my camera and start it again. Don't know if that'll help. I don't think so. I think we're just having an issue with her today. As if we need anything stopping us, anything else stopping us this today. Just get your shit together. Okay. It lagged when you joined. It's okay now. Okay, so it's Screamage's fault. Alright. Well, I hope that it stops lagging. There should be nothing else going on. Right. So anyway, I'm glad you guys are here, and I'm glad Sherry is also. You're going to Florida for a week for a much needed vacation. Good. It's a good old. Whoa! Sorry, I'm busy organizing this trip, and let's see. Ooh. Okay, shit. Hold on. I need my phone. Where is my phone? This is my phone. Okay. So I might be getting a phone call for this trip. Just hold on. Right. It is still lagging. God, what is up with this? Come on now. Anyway, let's get going. Let's get into it. It's been almost 10 minutes. Oh shit. Let's go. Okay. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm good. What is this? Calax? Sorry. Oh, where you going to? Maybe. Okay. I need to... How did the diagram go the other night? Okay, well, we're continuing it, so I'll show you it now. Sorry, I've just got this delay going on, and also apparently my IKEA cube shelves. Oh, that is what they are. I thought that was quite familiar. Oh, it is my Wi-Fi, guys. Connection is fairly good if you're on Wi-Fi. So I'm not on Wi-Fi. I've got like a wired thing, but my internet is iffy. Sorry, I just need to attend to this. Where am I gonna save this? Shit! Oh, I can open that on my phone, on my thing. Okay, cool. We good. My icon image is color. Is it? It is. Okay. Yeah. So right. This is what we got through the other night. Once you left. So we do have a topic timeline, Michael. So we did, what I have done is I've put the questions that Wick asked them, the participants in, so that's why they're green. But then when the conversation was brought forward by one of the participants, i.e. in this example it was Destiny, you can see it's blue. And with each of them, I've just gotten their points yeah. Econoboi got very fuzzy, yeah. And he was also lower class raid. Hi, thank you for the raid. We are just getting started. Got any grapes? No, sorry guys, I don't have grapes. Actually, I have strawberries. So there's that. I've got strawberries and blueberries. There's many ducklings and things over here. Ducky, bad lucky, like ugly duckling. Dom, hello. Just come from lower class. I lied to them and I said I had to sleep. Wow. Well, you do have to sleep. Like most of the time. Most of the time. You have now what do you call it? You've been found out, but you were gonna go to sleep anyway. You come here and you say hello and then you leave. That's what you did last time. Fridge! Damn, guess I'm the only Twitch viewer. Yes, it's very lonely there on Twitch, but we always stream. Whenever I'm live, I just put it on Twitch. You can do a lot more interesting things on Twitch. You can do all kinds of alerts and stuff, so it is more fun over there, technically. But, you know, I guess you could come on over to YouTube if you wanted to chat with people. Oof, called out. Yeah, he called himself out. Tell him to get on YouTube, yeah. From lower class. Well, what were you guys talking about in this group overlap is awesome. Okay. What was going on with lower class? What were you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about capitalism and socialism and this whole thing over here? Welcome everybody. It's lonely at the top. I'll translate your messages through. Literally J6 apologists. Who? The group are J6 apologists? People still talk about it. Interesting. Alex Jones debate versus Nick Fuentes is not even joking. Okay, yeah. I don't... That makes sense that I should do that. It was good content. Do you think so? Okay, so this is what I'm doing, right? So Michael knows what I do now, okay, which is I diagram debates. So the discussion, I basically give everybody a block for every point they make and responses and whatever, okay? So basically I take the thing and I diagram, I take the conversation and I map it, okay? I map it out. Now, would I be able to do that with the conversation you guys just went over? Like the debates, the Nick Fuentes, because when I'm thinking about a Nick Fuentes and an Alex Jones sort of thing, that's reaction content. I don't even need to take notes kind of thing. Alex Jones was better when I was innocent and thought he was just a parody. No, do what you're doing. No chatting about Alex Jones. Okay, so you don't want to talk. Okay, but I'm just saying, that's the reason I stay away from those things. Because it really is just yelling at each other. It's like the same thing for... I've tried previously to do diagrams for like a discussion with Hassan and Ethan. And it's just, no. Thank you so much for the subscription, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. Really appreciate it. Lower class sent me, but you sound Kiwi, so I gotta leave. I'm not Kiwi, I'm South African. You can't like my stream for some strange reason. Error 404. Talent not found? It's okay, Scott. Arguments never get anywhere, but conversations do. Oh, I love that. Yes. That's what I'm trying to do when... Okay, so yes, we framed it... Oh, there's a bit of a delay with my camera. Sorry about that. But yes, debates, online debates are often just arguments like that. But I do hope for conversations to come out of them, because that's good content for us, the people. Keep up the content. We don't agree, but you do good work. Well, thank you. What do we disagree about? I mean, I'm sure we do, and we don't all have to agree in order to have good conversations, as we will see here. Same difference. Oh, South African. It's not the same. We're not South enough for that us to be the same. Okay. Okay, let's fold all. Sorry. So where we got to last time is what we're doing, okay, just for new people that we're catching up, we're doing the debate between Destiny and Econoboi, okay, and it's moderated by Wick, okay. So Wick is the green. Here's the key, okay. Wick is green, Destiny's blue, Econoboi is red. And Econoboi has given us some ideas about how the world should work, how the economy can just transition over from a capitalistic society with some liberal values and some social safety to a whole socialist regime, a whole socialist system. That's really what he wants, full socialism. But he's willing to let it go to about 75% of the stock market essentially becoming owned by socially owned. Okay, he's got this big idea that we can just abandon capitalism and then still make profits in this way. Everyone's gonna get a good enough share of everything, he believes, with his ideas. So that's what all this red is here. Okay, and what we've mostly gotten from the conversation is Destiny asking questions about his about how he wants to do this, and we ended off on Destiny saying that's a really bad idea. Nuke says subscribe. Thank you so much for the yay. Thank you for the likes, guys, and for the subscribes. I hope you guys stick around. Thanks for giving me a try. I really appreciate it. So look, just giving you an idea. Yes, it looks very cool, but there actually is meaning in the diagram. So we have our main topic, you know, how we got to this section of the conversation, right? And diagram or autism, maybe I'll let the South African thing slide and hang around. Well, let's see. I think I don't have weapons grade autism. I've just got this weird nerdy thing that I don't have. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we get in terms of how the diagram works. It's a mind map and a timeline at the same time. So timeline in terms of, you know, what happens when, what is said when. I'm going to bed. Have a good stream. Thanks so much, low class, for the raid. I really appreciate it. And it will be interesting to see what we disagree on. This is way less complicated than a Tuesday sports. Okay, not overall at all. Stream elements, what do you think you are? It's meant to be a secret. Yeah, we know. Sorry about it. I subbed and liked. Thanks. Okay, guys. So it's oh, there's Congo. Hello, meow meow. Congo Chris is an oldie over here. So anyway, we've got what Destiny had asked Econoboi is. Because one of the main arguments Econoboi makes is there's moral reasons to be socialist because it's just better for people, right? Okay, so if you just want a better life for people, socialism. And also, you know what, yeah, there might be compromises here and there, but actually, on average, egalitarianismly, okay, everyone will be fine. Okay, so Destiny had some criticisms here of Econoboi, and he goes, okay, well, you've decided that your idea was, okay, businesses and corporations, whatever, are going to be collectively owned, right? Let me just make sure I've got the right order here. Yeah, okay, so he started off here with, he's like, you're talking about full socialism being an actual viable thing, but wouldn't we still have inequality? So he explains this because rather than within firms, so you've got rather than within different businesses, you've got individuals with more wealth. You'll have certain industries and certain companies that will have more wealth than others, and there'll still be inequality because this whole idea is to stay away from an inequality, right? We want an equal society for all, right? And his example here is an engineering firm wealthier than a janitorial firm. So do you see how I'm just taking the ideas, I'm not taking the exact wording, and I'm putting it in. Don't worry, I will be sharing the video, audio, and all of this. I'm just taking you through our last thing. The red and blue is Destiny, red is Econoboi, and green is Wick when he speaks. Red versus blue. This was just a like a joke sort of assignment, because the guy essentially arguing for communism gets red. Okay. I'm of the view that communism is a system with a deep fundamental flaw, but almost paradoxically, it may become necessary for life. Interesting, Fridge. Within the next 50 years. Necessary. Okay, so the deep fundamental flaw being for you that it requires us not to have hierarchy. It requires full morality. It requires no freedom, but it's interesting. It may become necessary for life. The deep fundamental flaw within communism: there's no productive outlet for greed. Yeah, you're using the word greed, but you must see now, Fridge. I'm sure have you watched this debate? Because there's just fun words that we use to allow that kind of greed and whatever into this model. Econoboi uses the words competition. So all of these collectively owned firms will still be competitive. So maybe that fixes it, Fridge. Maybe that fixes it. You have not watched the debate. Cool, Bill. You'll pick up what I mean here. So anyway, the way that he responds, Econoboi, to this thing is like, listen, you're the way that you're talking about socializing these companies doesn't make sense. So he's like, no, you were talking about workers owning, because worker ownership is the default assumption when we're talking about having collective ownership. But he's like, no, it's not. It's normal. It's not workers ownership. It's social ownership. So there's just holding corporations that own the companies, and that will somehow solve all of the problems. So it's basically what he is asking and arguing for is like an expansion of government services. So okay, like say transit and healthcare and all of those things. That's what's going to happen there. Then also the sovereign wealth fund. So this is how he sees it, that you can just all collectivize it all, and then they manage. There's these professional management firm people that like manage the stocks and the investments, and that will create profit and it will continue. So I just want to go down my main thing in the previous episode. If you go back and watch that, it's like 3 hours. My main question was no, really, how does commerce even work in this system? Like you're trying to continue with all of capitalism, the way it functions and all of that, while at the same time you still want everyone to get equal pay. And I don't know how the market operates. I need you to explain to me how that works before I can say your system makes sense to me and I want to champion it. I can't with this debate. Can we just watch Wick on Sitch and Adam instead? What, did he go on again, or is it another one? There will never be equal opportunity because people are different. Exactly, Ugly Ducky. That's exactly it. People are different and they will always be different. And we will always have hierarchies, as much as we try. I listened to it twice. I don't know what Econoboi's checks and balances are. Okay, so we don't get them. Look, guys, I don't think we are going to go through the whole thing. It is like 2-3 hours, and I did about 15 minutes, 20 minutes in 3 hours. And I know it's been a slow brain week for me, so maybe that's why we've been slow. But anyway, just the recap is this is how his model. Okay, he also, just so you guys know, the newcomers, this little symbol over here is just when he does a name drop, as if that's going to help him. it makes him somehow legitimate, or he makes his arguments flawless. Sure, they come from somewhere else, but we still need to criticize them. Bedtime for Bonzo. Yeah, thanks. Good night, Scott. Thanks so much for stopping by and trying to like. Communists have equal pay. That always works. Yeah, they always have equal pay, and some have more equal pay than others. Okay. I know the word greed is stigmatized as bad, but it's a very fundamental part of the human psyche to want more for yourself, yes. And communism has no non-subversive path towards this. It's almost like Buddhism, where its perfect state is achieved through eliminating desire. Well, that's the thing, that you cannot really eliminate. And you would have to eliminate family ties. You would have to eliminate your sense of self. You have to be a hive mind. And that's just not, it's just not possible. But people are like, no. One of the things that Destiny kind of hinted at is that, yes, people, one of the criticisms that is given to socialism or communism, however you want to name it, is that it's too idealistic, and that's why people stay away from it. That's why it's so difficult to argue for, because it's too it's too different to what we currently have. And but we should still fight for it. We should still fight to try and implement it. But Destiny does not seem to be in the camp of we must implement it 100%. He's more, it seems like what he's gone for is he wants liberal capitalism. That's what he calls it. Got to balance the human nature with good institutions. That takes regular election feedback. Burkean framework is best here. I don't know. Nah, you're saying it takes regular election feedback. How regular? And woo, how free are the elections? And hey, do women, guys, considering you guys weren't here last week we did feminism debate. Would you let women vote in this society? Communism always ends in dictatorship and death. Well, this, you see, that there's always just the argument that, except when it doesn't. So, there, master. Even though America is a constitutional republic. Okay, so anyway, we're here. Feminism is gross. Communism won on the female front. Okay. So, well, yeah, last week we found out that feminism is the reason for a lot of shit in the world. And I mean, I'm okay with that, but in terms of going all the way back to no, what do you call it? No women voting? Yeah. Do a poll, but don't let the female viewers vote in it. There's like 2 female viewers. Sherry, you there? I would let women vote, but I would change how voting is done. Ooh, interesting, Nuke. How would you change it? New people, I want to hear what you... Look, we've had some really crazy ideas in chat. Just remember, they're your ideas, not mine. I wouldn't call it impossible, but it's like getting every driver everywhere to stop tailgating, to stop traffic jams. It's a good idea on paper, but requires such monumental coordinated effort to execute. It requires, and also, yeah, if you want it to be scalable, the effort only gets larger and larger and larger. If you pay tax, you should get an extra vote. No, there's one. Okay, so where we at? So we had in the conversation so far. He has been asking, Destiny in the blue is asking Econoboi how this all works. So he did this kind of question where he's like, okay, well, fine. So you're talking about capital and labor, and then we get value, and then this is kind of getting to what my questions would be of him. Like, can we go down to the grassroots level of how this economy works? Because you're assuming that changing all of this at the top is not going to make a difference at the bottom, or it's not going to disrupt it too badly. You're just saying there'll be a little bit of disruption and then it's fine. That's what he says. So he's talking about, okay, they get profit. Then he's actually what Destiny landed up asking to Econoboi was what the profits, the gross, I suppose, that comes out. Does go back to the capital investor? Is the state the capital investor? That's what he was all on about. Okay, and he has some ideas about the state owning everything, which I'm sure everybody's okay with, the state owning everything, right? We're good, right? That works great. But also another thing about the state owning stuff is they own the stuff at arm's length. Okay, so they technically own all of the businesses, but they are managed, the funds and the investments and all of that are managed by professional management, wealth managers, okay? And they're at arm's length to the state. So that's what we're talking about. At arm's length, okay? The worker gets and the whole idea, okay, which I suppose is all that he is focused on, is the worker gets a great portion of the value they create. So they're getting a lot more than what they would before. Okay, that's fine. The worker. What about the wealth manager? What does he get? How is the wealth manager paid? How do we cost our goods in this system? If everybody is supposed to get paid the same. Oh, no, we're allowed to, I suppose in his system, we're allowed to create different levels of value. Is that still allowed? I'm wondering. Anyway, so do you see what this? State owns shares, but they are managed through holding corporations and wealth funds. So that's supposed to make you feel secure, everybody. So all of you people who are upset about, I don't know about state-owned entities, blah, 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 it's okay. Because they're managed through holding corporations and wealth funds. And holding companies, okay, not the state, make decisions. So another criticism that Destiny had of this whole system is, cool, if you want this collective ownership to happen of businesses, then you have to make collective decisions. Because ownership you would need some rights. If you're owning a company, right? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like you just benefit from the company. You don't actually take part in the management of the company. You do your job wherever you are. You don't even have to be working in the company that you completely own. It's just that there is collective wealth up there. It's like there's this big bank account that everybody can draw from, as long as everybody continues working. Okay. And also we have magic words, guys. These are the magic words that take away all of your worries for this system. What about, how is this managed? How does this work? Well, technocratic management is how it works. That's it. It's all technocratic, so it works. It's fine. We make the good decisions and we get the good returns. Apparently that's just the only thing that needs to happen. If only we could do that in everyday life. Then, oh, by the way, guys, like I said, there's competitive. There's somehow we still have competition. Competitive holding companies that are capitalized initially by the state. So they get capital for investments and what. And then they can go off and compete in a marketplace. We still play market. And guess what? Another magic word is professional investment managers. So it's all about the capital, where the capital is going, and who owns the capital, who gets the profits, but everything else just seems to work. The market still just works normally, if I'm understanding him correctly. So at arm's length from the state, see, there's the other nice magic phrase that it keeps us safe from the tyranny, guys. It's like a federal reserve, but it's technocratically. So there you go, technocratically managed. Holding corporations operate independently, but are owned by the state. So the thing is, they can operate independently. Therefore, we're going to have good decisions, right? We're not going to have any of this shit you guys are talking about when it comes to, leadership taking advantage and all of that. It's not going to happen. As they allocate the capital, the returns trickle up, and then they reinvest, guys. They reinvest in infrastructure and everything. The government does that. Similar to private and asset management today. So he just, for me, this really does make me think. He just feels like you could just do these little tweaks at the top and somehow everything at the bottom continues working as, like, consumerism, all of that stuff just continues as the way I'm confused. But he thinks it's great. How are they initially capitalized by the state? So this is one. Now he's talking about the practicality. So where do you get this initial capital for these investments, for this state-owned investment fund or whatever it is? Because, you know, just when I hear that, just that I think about the insurance policies and the pensions that people have in South Africa and the way that those have been managed, and I'm just like, yeah, okay. Right. The people vastly outnumber the government. Let's start some shit. What are you gonna start, master? Don't incite violence and shit in my chat. Go somewhere else. So anyway, we've he has a name drop, and he goes, well, there's this guy that says, well, you know what, there is a lot of, you know, bad accounting in the government, and actually they own quite a lot of stuff, so it's fine. So we'll have enough. And, well, take all of that and put it into a commercial bucket and have it managed. Magical professional managers will manage it, okay, and make money, make more money. They will magically make more money. And so now we did actually have some agreement from Destiny, because he said, okay, cool. He does actually agree that there is this thing of the state not really accounting for certain assets. There are some abandoned buildings and things like that, but these are not liquid capital. You're not going to invest a power plant. Okay. Thank you, poopy ass, for the subscription. The state couldn't run a lemonade stand, let alone this. Well, no, they can't. Apparently, they can't run their own accounting, but this will be fine as long as you put the right people in. Right. So you can't invest. So this Destiny says here, you can't invest ownership of assets like a power plant. So, like, you can't just invest that. You have to make cash from this. So how are you going to do this? See, he's just interrogating the guy's idea, because at the moment we're not just talking about principles, or I believe this, I believe that. He's just trying to understand this half-baked idea. So beyond the physical capital, there would be other assets. So the physical stuff, okay. But also, by the way, you can sell the physical stuff. So you can sell the physical stuff for money. Okay. So there's the agreement from Destiny in my diagram. You can see, agrees there is a lot to account for. He agrees that there's that, but he's still troubled by how you're going to apply this and make this magic capital for every other business in the world. Okay? Who are you selling to was a valid question from Destiny, and I say that because I had the same question immediately. I was like, okay, so this the way he is happy with this, it's a transition period. Okay, there's only it would be sold to private investors and other state investors, so it doesn't matter. This is just the first step, so you don't have to be full socialism immediately. You use capitalism while you can. Okay, you use that whole thing. You can still have private owners in the beginning, but we just eventually we just get eventually most of the ownership, at least most of the ownership, goes to the government, and we're all collectively compensated, I suppose. Entrepreneurial investing, so also other magical words we get: entrepreneurial investing and balance sheet management, therefore accumulating capital. So just that's it. Okay, so we're just going to accumulate capital, and that's how we're going to get what we're going to do. And that'll be fine. We get the capital, and then everybody gets the money, because we have it all divided horizontally across everybody, and we're all free, and we are all happy. If this plan doesn't include serious free robot labor, I'm out. I'm sure he'll start bringing that up. So anyway, that's where we're at the moment, and let me bring it up. State capitalism seems like a necessary transition period. Yeah, if you were attempt to construct a communist state, reconstructing your entire economic system overnight is just not achievable. No, it's not. So he's using this transition thing as also a nice lampshade for him. That it's just, oh, well, it'll just, that will solve all the problems because it will just be gradual. Okay, so free robot labor is a serious near future possibility. By the way, I'm sure it is. Free, I mean, there's costs associated with that, but we would have to agree to cover those costs. Where is the government going to start? Don't even bring up printing money to me. That's, what do you, just hold on here. Okay. Right. Where is the government going to print the money to start this magical fund? Then who does it to do what? What do they buy? Who consumes these products? What return will the government? These are all questions that I have. Like I am not in the know, okay, of economics. I'm no economist, but I'm still transitioning. Yes, of course they're gonna say transitioning. Okay, so let's get going. Let me bring it back up. No echo, so we're gonna do this. You're gonna have to go over here, and you're gonna go over here. You go left hand side, right hand side, and you guys, if I can find you, will be over here. There we go. These are questions we need to answer. I don't know if, look, they're questions we would ask. We would ask Econoboi. Okay, so let's get this up. Oopsie. Right, so look, you don't need to see their faces as long as you can hear them. So let's see. The reason that I'm not just using the video like this is because I have to refer to the transcript a lot of the time, especially when they're trying to weasel through with words, right? They're trying to just, oh, well, but here's a flashy little sentence, and then I need to break it up into its ideas. That's why. Okay.
Examples that we're giving here, can you give me a couple examples of things?
So I'll just want to
change it for cash, and then the holding corporation can take that cash and then do other development activities, invested in public equities, just do entrepreneurial investing and
just do investing, guys. So just do investing. Like I don't know why any of us are not just investors. Why aren't we just investors making a whole bunch of money? Okay. Mixed economy is best. Question is what mix? Well, Jay, what actually happened? What this person, when asked what kind of mix, because it seems like Destiny wants the mix, right? He goes, no, he would actually like 100% socialism. At least if he had to compromise, it would be like 75% of the stock market would be owned by the government. And there are questions that are still unanswered that Destiny asked, where he was like, who decides when a company gets started? Does the government decide? Like, how does any of that work? Practically, go into the practical details for me if you're going to argue for the changing of the system.
Balance sheet management, just like any of these other asset managers do. And then
see that's where I got all of the stuff that asset managers balance sheet management. Okay, that's gonna make the money. It'll just appear.
And through that process, they would accumulate capital.
The examples that we're giving here, can you give me a couple examples of things that seems like a horrible idea. Hold on.
So that's where we ended yesterday, okay? I know I've taken 45 minutes to get us to, but yeah, I got very excited that Destiny was saying that seems like a horrible idea, because yeah, it does. It's not translating. So let's go further.
Sorry, I'm thinking like the things that the public own to be are we selling national parks for cash to capitalize our new public holding firms, or are we selling Section 8 housing, or are we selling like power plants?
Okay, so he's going back to this idea. So who are you selling to was his previous question. He has stated that this is all a bad idea. He's just trying to understand. But let's go, his question actually goes back, okay? It's around this, in ownership of assets, getting this capital out of these assets. So I'm going to have a question, I'm going to put his question here. Give examples of things we would sell. Okay, like the who you're selling to is explained away by it's a transition, so it's okay, it can be private people. Okay, but it's just that initial capital investment comes from the private sector, right? Because the private sector it's not the capital investment, it's the private sector paying for something. They are getting something out of it. Never mind that the person who buys whatever asset is going to make value out of that, and that's going to continue. Whatever, never mind that. We get capital from selling this, and that's going to change our system. That's going to jumpstart the system. Give examples of things we would sell. Because also one of the ideas is, okay, he is relying on what the government currently owns to avoid this whole idea of expropriation, right? So that seems like his default. It's like, oh, we don't have to steal anything from anyone. But I'm wondering, how do you get to the 75% without just taking it away from people? Because eventually you're going to have to. Are you going to... Okay, it's 4 a.m. Woof. Good luck, stay safe. Excited to see how the diagram evolves. I really love what you're doing here. Thanks, Michael. Really appreciate it. Sleep well. Go and sleep very, very well. Okay, gives examples what we would sell. Would it be... Hey, Matthew. Would it be... would it be a national park? Housing. So what did he call it? Section 8 housing. So he gives all of those examples that he thinks it is. Or we're selling power plants. So no, he's actually going to tell us what it is. What is it gonna? It's real estate. My thinking is that it's just going to be real estate.
I just said there are going to be some assets that are not commercial in nature. I even referenced national parks. Like you probably wouldn't, you wouldn't sell a national park for cash, but there's a lot of land or abandoned buildings that the government owns that...
Okay, so land. I think he cut out there, but it's land. So not national parks, which is because it's not commercial. Okay, it's just not commercial land, but then there's lots of land and abandoned buildings. Okay, so it's land and abandoned buildings you could sell. Okay.
It doesn't use productively because the government just has a very poor system of accounting for those assets.
Yeah, we've heard this.
Right. And so to the extent that we have assets like that we think like, we're not using this basically for any productive purpose, we can either lease those out for development directly to strip back cash from the market and use for other entrepreneurial activities, or we could, which is to say directly develop them, or we could just sell those for cash and then use the cash, these kind of socialized rents.
Okay, so we've got land and abandoned buildings. You could sell them, you could lease them and develop them. Okay. Basically, for any productive purpose, we can either lease out those for development directly. Okay, lease them for development. Cool. So again, we just leech off from the private. We get that, so we get cash from that. Therefore, stripping cash back from the market. Okay, or we just sell them directly for cash, and then use the cash. These socialized rents. What? Okay.
For other entrepreneurial activity, investing in equities, private equity investment, whatever it ends up being.
I don't quite see his vision for how the transitory period works. Yeah, that I don't see it either, because he uses these, oh, well, you just manage, you just do, you just develop. Okay? It's not enough for me. I need more
for development directly to strip back cash from the market and use for other entrepreneurial activities, or we could,
and because also he uses words entrepreneurial activity as well. Another magic phrase that's supposed to just mean make money.
which is to say directly develop them, or we could just sell those for cash and then use the cash, these kind of socialized rents, for other entrepreneurial activity, investing in equities, private equity investment, whatever.
Investing in equities as well. He talks about investing in equities. Like for me, like what are you talking about investing in equities? How does the system work with equities and all of that when you're trying to make everything be owned by one entity? You're taking away private wealth here, but you're still wanting the private system to continue. I know it's transition, but eventually you need to be somehow winding down that private system. When it comes to these kinds of debates and things like that, I want my ignorance to be cured by the person who's arguing. Okay, they need to answer my questions. They need to be able to give me this, and all he's doing is just repeating these magic phrases of, oh, okay, it's entrepreneurial, oh, it's investments, it's this and that. And what he would probably say is, well, go and figure out how that works. Go and stop being ignorant. It's like, no, you're going to need to do that work, because it's incomplete otherwise. I think entrepreneur is a French word for con artist. Don't sell things that your people are going to need. If you're going to be a real communist, then housing would not be a commodity. I don't know. They want the cash so that they can reinvest it. I think his whole idea is just of this ownership of this cash. Instead of the whole idea earlier, another phrasing he did, instead of institutionalized wealth management, it's government wealth management. So that's the difference. It's not that there's the stock exchange and all of that shit happening. It's the government that sell them for cash. So this is again to get this capital, right? This whole idea of just how we're getting this capital out of these assets that we don't need to steal from anyone. We don't need to expropriate from anyone. We already have them. And I say we, I'm just talking about the US government. Okay, not my government, US. Land and abandoned buildings, sell them for cash, and then he goes, I'm gonna even just put entrepreneurial activity. Okay, because it's the magic words. Investing in equities, private equity investments, whatever been. Wow.
For entrepreneurial activity, investing in equities, private equity whatever it ends up being. And through that process, the state now is, either developing assets directly, or it transfers assets for cash and uses the cash for development activities.
Development activities. So just all of this is just for development activities. Just gets the cash and then makes more money out of it. Okay.
Okay, I understand the answer. I think it's very unsatisfactory, but okay.
I understand the answer. I think it's very unsatisfactory. That's the main thing, I suppose. I guess we go all the way back down here. Back here. He's asked all his questions. Businesses can move to different. Okay, so I guess we could go in terms of where we put this. We go here. And just enter. Just go. I understand. It's unsatisfactory, but I understand. So I would expect Econoboi to say, why is it unsatisfactory? Then you can't say I understand, I don't like it. We would need to actually go back into all of these questions. These are the reasons I don't like it. But let's see what happens once this comment is made.
Okay, I got part one, and then you had two more other points, yeah.
Right.
Oh.
So the other two ways that the state could capitalize these funds, the
other two ways. Okay, so this is what he's talking about being satisfactory. Okay, is, in this case, the capital investor is the state. Holding companies, state how does it make decisions? That's not what his question is. How are they initially capitalized by the state? So he said initially, so this was, he understands it's unsatisfactory. Now we're going into another point, another way that they're going to capitalize these assets. Just a question. Yeah, I love going off topic. That's what chat is for. I know it's not really on topic, but that's your thoughts about, what's your thoughts about current AI development and the massive investments towards trying to develop AGI? Personally, I dread it. I don't know why we would need to. Are people saying we need? Because I'm not seeing we need to develop general intelligence. Okay, I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that it's inevitable that we'll develop it. Okay, that it's just gonna happen somehow. Personally, I don't think it's something we should be pursuing, and I don't know how possible it is. But you know, go off. Yeah, AI is unstoppable. I dread it as well. That's my feeling. I do think it's pretty silly how every single industry all over the world is trying to make AI its selling point. That's not. I don't think that's what it should be about at this point. I think a lot of people are selling snake oil in that regard. Just slapping AI on things makes it seem like it's worth investing in. That's silly. That's a .com bubble, essentially, is what I'm seeing there. Not that I know much, but it's just my instinct there. And yeah, developing generalized intelligence. I don't know. It would take a lot of capacity, but what's the point then? What do we get from that? What's the benefit? AI is unstoppable because the companies are going to put everything towards getting their hands on it. Yeah, because there's also this perceived competition that we've just got to. Everybody's doing it, so we have to do it. So all companies, no matter what kind of company it is, they all go. They've got their executives at the top there that they don't know anything about how AI works half of the time, and they're just like, so what are we doing with AI? Because they know how popular it is. They know that this is supposed to bring us. Bring us closer to greater growth and all of that. It's just going to make everything better. Ugh, I don't know. You said that AI is dysentriate. What's dysentriate? What did it? It's become the bubble to end all bubbles. Oh, yep. Look, I think there are some valid, breakthroughs. It really is amazing. I'm not saying that it's a bubble that, absolutely everything within that bubble is going to fail. It's just that, yeah, the inflation and the promises that are being made with AI are going to fall short, and people are going to realize that it's not as easy as they thought. It's not doing what they think it's supposed to do. It's opening them up to a lot of problems, but that's still going to happen. That's not going to stop anyone. Yeah. For a while, I didn't understand what Karl Marx meant by the inherent contradictions in capitalism before I saw how corporations and major capitalists treat AI. Does that make you want? So is this is where you're getting the idea, Fridge, of basically communism will probably be the only way forward with AI. Anyway, it's a bit scary. Right, technology is what's scary. Imagine using AI, lol. I mean, yeah. Guys, do you know this music that you're listening to in the background? This there? That's AI. That is Creamage's music. He made that through AI. He's made most of our playlist. Like 99% of the playlist in the background is AI music made by Creamage. I actually need to upload a new song that he made as well, in case the cats start getting at each other. I've got a new song, the Axel and Daisy song, also created by Creamage. and it is very cute. I'll give you a little preview of it, but I hope that that doesn't make Axel and Daisy start their crap. We do have a cat cam, but currently nobody's up at the top there. Where is it? Where is it? Up over here? Game capture. Where's the cat cam? Cat cam. I think it's Daisy cam. Properties. Should work. I don't know why it's not showing. I have webcam only. Let's see. Anyway, the cat cam is supposed to be allowed this year. Largely capture camera, NVIDIA. I don't know why it's not working. Like it's supposed to show. Nope. Anyway, there is a cat cam that's supposed to be working. Oh, and it's it's there you go. Okay. Anyway, let's go back. Here is the preview of the song for Axel and Daisy, who are my cats.
Axel's on the counter, knocking down my cup. Daisy's on the sofa, she has had enough. He's swatting at her tail, pouncing with a grin. She's plotting all the ways to never let him in.
Oh,
Oh, you guys didn't hear the female song.
Axel, leave poor Daisy be. She just wants to nap in peace, you see.
You're a
So yeah, that's AI, guys. It's scary, but AI is not the answer to be lazy in your everyday life. You know what people are being? They're outsourcing their thinking, especially language-wise. They're doing it. AI music is scarily okay. I love it. There's like my intro song. I love that song. Like I get it in my head. It's because a lot of capitalists seem to have a double-think problem where they hold these two beliefs. We will get AI to do everyone's job and set us free, but also if you don't work, you don't deserve to eat. Interesting. I'm going to keep that starred for discussion. You don't deserve to eat if you don't work. And we're all going, and AI is going to do everything. Just absolutely everything, and everybody is going to be able to just have this universal income without actually, because that's the thing, we have to create value. We each have to have our own level of value, right? The Tim song is also in my head. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, let's go. Let's get cheese, guys. This is taking. Well, hey, I said my stream we can go quite long today, so let's do it.
Number one is just through efficient tax revenue, right? So you just take tax money and capitalize funds. Oh, this.
Oh, it's just taxing. Okay, so another one is efficient taxing. Taxation, yeah. Okay. Okay, I understand the answer. I think it's very unsatisfactory, but okay, I got part one, and then you had two more other points here. So the other two ways that the state could capitalize these funds, number one is through efficient tax revenue, okay? So they just have to be efficient as well with the tax revenue, okay? Well, with me just existing, I add value. You are welcome. Well, that's kind of what we would have to do. We would have to get that. I know that you're making a joke, Matthew, but we would have to get to that point where it's just existing is what we do. Hey, Wesley, you heard an AI song being used in an advertisement on YouTube. What made you think it was AI? What was, like, you could tell? Yeah? So, efficient tax revenue. What's there? Expand.
We're gonna dedicate a certain amount of tax revenue to a sovereign wealth fund every year, and then once the sovereign wealth fund accumulates enough capital, we're gonna split it off into these different holding corporations.
Okay, so sovereign wealth fund. Okay. tax goes to sovereign wealth fund. Okay, and then once it's accumulated enough, right? Wealth fund accumulates enough capital, we're going to split it off into these different holding corporations. Okay, split into holding corporations. Oh, sorry, let's say different. So where will Google go? What happens with that? Like, where will Google, where will Apple, where will all the big, huge companies go? Well, where will these organizations go? These corporations, as V would say. Where would they go? Split into different holding corporations. Once enough capital is accumulated. Okay, so they just do savings. I suppose it accumulates. Accumulation means savings, in my opinion. Yes? Am I right or not? Like, we have to have fun with words when we talk about these things.
You could certainly do it that way. Another way the last thing that I'll say, which I think is kind of an interesting way to think about, the Bank of Japan does something a little bit similar, is that the Federal Reserve engages in quantitative easing, where the Federal Reserve creates money and then transfers the cash that they created with financial assets. But our Federal Reserve has the restriction where they only use that cash to buy fixed income. They don't buy equities with that. And so what we could do is engage in the same countercyclical policy that we already engage in. And instead of just buying debt instruments, we could buy equities as well.
Okay, use the Fed. Right? Use the Federal Reserve. Right, created with financial assets, but our Federal Reserve, okay? Buys buying equities rather than just debt instruments. Okay. And through that process, we could accumulate capital and then transfer the capital into a sovereign wealth fund.
And through that process, we could accumulate capital and then transfer that capital into a sovereign wealth fund, and then eventually split it off into competing holding corporations once the sovereign wealth fund gets big enough.
Okay, and then so I understand we have a couple of ways that we would get the money there. How do you make the decision of like how many of these holding companies will you have?
So fine, let's assume that goes well. Okay, let's assume all of this works. Okay, fine. So we're assuming you get all your capital. Okay, and you're at this step, the holding corporations, right? So, fine, corporations and wealth funds. So we will then ask here, how do you decide? Okay, actually, maybe this should go over here. Okay, there. Okay, how do you decide once you have capital? Well, assuming you have the capital. How do you decide what did corporations completing whole okay, so I understand. I guess we have a couple ways that we would get the money there. How do you make the decision of how many of these holding companies will you have and who gets to, how do you do that part? How do you decide how many holding companies? Like, you don't get to just say we'll have holding companies. You got to tell me how they work. So yeah, go Destiny for asking questions. Okay.
And who gets, like, how do you do that part?
Yeah, I think in terms of the decision making on how you would do it, I think you would want to have as rules-based a system as possible.
Oh, you just have rules. Okay. Sorry, I know he's not done yet, but rules. Okay, so we got rules.
Currently, I don't know that I would have any strict upper limits on like how big a holding corporation could be. I think.
Okay, so rules. Let's go. It'll be rules system, rules-based. Rules-based system. Okay. No upper limits, for example. No upper limits of how big a holding corporation could be. Okay, cool.
I think that once you would say like, oh, the sovereign wealth fund accumulated $15 trillion and we're going to spin it off into like 15 different $1 trillion holding corporations as like an initial portfolio, you could do something like that. But
oh, so you just randomly, you just say, well, we get 15, we got 1 trillion each. So like, okay, example, maybe I'll put this here, not rules based, just example, $15 trillion in the wealth fund equals 15 different holding corporations. So again, guys, I come back to the shirt.gov, the only place to get your shirt. That's what we're going to land up doing.
I think that it's important to note that like currently asset allocation is highly concentrated. I mean, I think the top 2 asset managers in the country control something like 15 or 20 trillion dollars worth of.
Is this really the word that we use in economics? Asset allocation. Is this something? I'm asking this as a genuine question. Is asset allocation a fun with words example of wokeness, I suppose, making its way into economics? Because remember, when we go into sex and things like that, we talk about sex allocation. You know, you were allocated this at birth, you were allocated that at birth, as opposed to it being observed, right? So we had fun with words, right? That's supposed to change reality when we change the word. So when we're talking about asset allocation, what I'm hearing when you use that word is that we just choose someone and give them arbitrarily the asset. Maybe it's just it's just my ignorance showing, and it's just the term that is given to trading or whatever. But it doesn't sound like a good idea. I don't know if this is him twisting it. That's what I'm trying to say. Sex allocation, yes, you are allocated female at birth or allocated male at birth. You're not observed. They don't look at your genitals and say, oh, this is what you are. It just denotes resource distribution. I've heard it used before. It's just resource distribution. Yeah, I feel like it is a purposeful, just in my opinion, that it's used, but it's a purposeful use of the word allocation rather than, you know, it simplifies the system by which that happens. It kind of eliminates the whole market of it. It just makes it sound arbitrary. So, fine. Let's go back to this where he goes to the top 2 asset managers. So,
different $1 trillion holding corporations as like an initial portfolio. You could do something like that. But
assignment. But allocation, same thing.
But I think that it's important to note that like currently asset allocation is highly concentrated. I mean, I think the top 2 asset managers in the country control something like 15 or 20 trillion dollars worth of wealth just in and of themselves. And so the holding corporations that do the best are going to accumulate the most capital and make the most returns.
These are assets under management. They're not assets controlled directly by the holding companies, number one, which I think is significantly different because individuals still have the ability to allocate their portfolios the way that they see fit.
Mm-hmm. The allocation, you allocate your portfolio the way you see fit. But so it's just, it's just resource distribution. So he's saying, he's just comparing it. He's comparing this, these asset managers, right? This should be a floating topic, really. It's like it's around here, but okay, it's somewhat related to this. I know it does. It should be over here, where he goes concentration of. It's basically saying the concentration of assets. Control of something like 15 or 20 worth of wealth just in and of themselves. So the wealth concentration of wealth is within. It's quite It's quite concentrated. Wealth is concentrated within these holding companies, right? These private firms. I mean, the top 2 asset managers. Okay, so wealth is concentrated. Top 2 asset managers control what? Trillions, 20 trillion, 15 slash or 20 trillion themselves. So the fact that they control this, that means it's okay. This can just be transferred, essentially. Right now, it's already concentrated. So what I'm understanding is, because it's so concentrated, it's pretty easy to have that start moving out towards the government. We can just have it concentrated. His whole idea is that we're concentrating it away from these companies over here to the government. Okay? They're not so now Destiny then goes and says, "Yo, well, cool. There's still private people involved in here. They have given their portfolios to these asset managers. They're still owned and allocated that way. It's still individuals. So still allocate." Okay. You guys are talking about the portfolios, but I'm still wondering how these companies continue. How the companies actually continue in these systems, because you're like, do we still get the same sort of wage return and things like that? Or how do people work? What is remuneration like? How does any of that work? You're just talking about this transition, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm still not understanding. Does everybody get a part? You're doing this mixed system, but at the same time, you're expecting everybody to benefit from the socialist system and the capitalist at the same. Yeah, I don't know.
And then 2, these people, the assets under management, these large firms are not owning the things like wholesale that they are managing assets for, right? Like, it's not like BlackRock or any of these huge assets under management firms are like making decisions for all of these companies unilaterally, kind of like our public holding corporations would be. So I feel like these are meaningfully different in those 2 ways.
Yeah, it's not meaningfully different. What I advocate.
Okay, so hold on. He says this meaningfully different. Managing assets is meaningfully to owning them and making decisions within the corporation, I suppose. Companies, in these companies. Yes, I'm trying to get to, on the worker level, what does it look like as well? You've said, no, we don't have worker ownership. It's that everybody, you work in a company, right? You work over here in your company, but you're just contributing to this big bank account, essentially, by working in any company. Because if you work in this company, your wealth goes to the sovereign wealth fund anyway. If you go to this company, your wealth goes to the wealth company anyway. You're investing in the government and your services and everybody's wealth, no matter where you work. That's what I'm hearing from his system. You mean borrowing indefinitely? I just steal from the neighbors. Well, there you go, Matthew. Yeah.
For is a couple of different structures. So on the first point of it's
wait, real quick. Just in terms of the meaningfully different, it's different to say that somebody has 10% ownership of a stock in a company versus somebody has like a controlling share that's making all the decisions for the company, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's another phrasing that he said. So it's having stocks, okay, stonks, okay, holding corporation. 10% ownership. is different to controlling share. Company. That's another way he's phrasing it, right? Yeah, I'm wondering he'll probably have an answer for this and basically say, yeah, they'll carry on making decisions the way they used to before. It's just the ownership is the thing that changes. That's what I'm thinking. This doesn't make it exclusive for him.
Right, but I don't necessarily advocate for holding corporations always buying controlling interest in companies, right? That's what I was going to explain. So these holding corporations, again, my goal is that these holding corporations would have similar mandates to current asset managers, which is to say that they would have, some basic kind of return threshold. They would need to actively manage the funds, and that.
How do you actively manage the funds? By actively managing, you're using the magic words again, actively manage. Okay, so, by actively manage, I suppose he means, this is not really answering all of these questions, it's just a tangent on this subject, I suppose. So he goes, management mandate, right? The management mandate is like having, return thresholds, okay? And the basic kind of threshold, the basic kind of return threshold, they would need to actively manage the funds. Actively manage. Okay. So you're actively managing, it's the thing that basic bitch brain over here is like, yeah, eventually at the bottom of the stock exchange, all of this, companies still have to go and create value and actually create returns, okay? That's the only reason anything is valuable, okay? This is how I understand it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the only reason anything is valuable is if that company starts freaking making money, okay? Because you want the returns. That's why you want you want the shares so that you can get your dividends. That's the whole reason. But he's talking about moving shit around and selling this and doing that and getting profits by selling shares. That's what I'm hearing here, not getting returns, actually. Although he does use the word return threshold. Management isn't normally doing anything, yeah. Okay, actively manage. So yeah, he added the extra word active management. So, okay, he's explaining to us what this would entail.
And that once they distribute those funds, they need to balance it on a risk-adjusted basis. They need to have like essentially a risk-weighted portfolio, which
risk-weighted portfolio, okay. So they are what do you call it? They're actively participating in a whole stock exchange occurring. So they're actively participating in this whole stock exchange thing, risk and everything all over the place. What is this in? And this still makes profit, because the companies continue functioning as normal. Okay.
Which means that typically speaking, you wouldn't just go out and buy like a majority of Amazon stock. You might buy 2% of Amazon stock and 1% of Apple and 1% of Walmart.
Because you can't. Yes.
You'd have a highly distributed portfolio of assets, and maybe you do a little bit of private equity investing or venture capital on the side.
Yeah. Okay. Investing. So you would not have managing. So you would not have controlling share. So that there is no controlling share. Rather a diverse distributed portfolio. So if we just use the magic words portfolio as well, we'll get the magic stock money that comes out. Okay.
To the first point that you made.
I just want to be careful because
yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Destiny.
Sure. Okay, so that we stay kind of in one area, because there are things that I think would be super based, like having some kind of public, basically a public dividend for large companies in the United States.
Okay, public dividends. Yeah, okay. I'm glad we're at least getting to the point of talking about dividends, because a lot of the time we're just, oh, stonks. And I sold my stock and I did this and that, and this is how much my stock is valued at. And I'm like, yeah, you're trading perceived value here. It's incredible. When do these stockholders get great dividends? Do they? Anyway, so no controlling share, rather distributed portfolio. Well, his question is, or his comment is that public in agreements would like public dividends for large corporations. Value is from the land of make-believe in current economics. I hope that... Okay, so I'm not the only one who understands it that way. Yeah. You know what? I've got a book here that says how to day trade for a living. I've got that there. And maybe that will help me understand things. Let me actually have a look here. For a money management trading psychology. Oh, okay, yeah. I just want to check here. Tools and platforms. How day trading works. Risk and account management. How to find stocks for trade. Yeah. Is there any candlesticks? Case study of newly successful trader. Trading strategies. So all of this is all, you're trading stocks in... I'm not understanding. There's the glossary, right? Is there a glossary here? I just want to look at this for a sec. I just want to go to the word dividend in this, just for a sec. See if it gives this to me in this day trading thing. Day trading, no, there's just two. It's called day trading and doji. So, the serious business of trading stocks that are moving in relatively predictable manner. All of your trading is done during one trading day. You do not hold any stocks overnight. Any stocks you purchase during the day must be sold by the end of the trading day. So that's day trading. So yeah, this is you know, this is what's going on. You're making money on the stonks. And you know what? Go ahead, do it. Oh, you're angry. The rich people have decided to get away from your tyrannical hellhole. Econoboi still pays great dividends though. Okay, so yeah. Most companies don't pay dividends anymore. They invest 100% of their profits. They argue that if they reinvest, the stocks will go up by more than the dividend would have been, thus not paying them. I mean, the little dividends that I've got for my little bits of stocks, it's helpful, but it's not life-changing. Yeah. And it's a pain in the ass to get it out anyway. Okay, would like a public dividend for large, corporations. So you got to share your wealth. Dr. K has a new short where he's talking to a day trader. Okay, corporations. Love my semi-annual check of $67 from Delta. Yes, yes, short. Sorry. Shork. Oh my god, that's it is. It's like, oh wow, I got 200 rand. I'm gonna start doing Polymarket. Listen, guys, you make money. I watch again. Daily reminder that I watch Below Deck, the reality show, and people that are chartering yachts do that sort of thing. Okay. They are making money in that way. So who am I to judge them? I'm sitting here and I'm not chartering yachts on the weekly, okay? banger show. It is. It's a great show. It's like it has no right to be as good as it is, but it is. It is the only reality show I will watch. I have not watched any other reality show in a very, very long time. Anyway, public dividend for large corporations. So guys, you know what? I think the joke that usually is like, oh, I've got shares in Amazon because I'm always buying stuff from Amazon, or I've got shares in this and this because I've been buying from them for years. This is it. This is the solution.
That is returned to like every American citizen, I think is an amazing idea because it gives all of us a feeling of accomplishment and investment and like return when our companies do well. Like if
okay, so when our companies do that's great. See, this is his liberal capitalism. Okay, he's just like, give it back. Just give it back. Why? So would large corporations, it's good, sense of accomplishment. What else do we have? Feeling of accomplishment, investment, like return for when your country's companies do well. Why can't we call it like the PR bribe or something like that? Because if you start doing those kind of payouts, then everyone's gonna be your friend. You know, then they'll be like, I'm not going to cancel you. I won't cancel you, Amazon, because, hey, you gave me Dee talked about this idea of sovereign wealth fund before. Who? Good night, Kitty. Oh, bye, Nukes. Thanks so much for chilling out with me. I hope to see you soon again. Before, in case you're still there, tomorrow we do just, tonight we'll be doing a React stream. Not a React stream, a panel show. And then on Fridays, what I do is pure React content. So where I'm not taking notes the whole time. It's basically this, but without notes. Anyway, have a great night. Oh, okay. That's somebody at the door. You don't know what that is? What, sovereign wealth? Okay, just... is my music playing? There you go. Okay, I just got my dividends from Amazon, guys. Thank you. That's what was at the door. You better be watching Shu on Friday. Yes, I am. Hey, Carl! You don't like that. Does that mean taxes go up if businesses do bad? Oh, no shit. Let's see. Good question. What happens when they do badly? Well, when they do well, that's fine. Yeah, Jay, you made my joke for me. Okay, so yeah.
Facebook or Amazon or somebody posts huge earnings, the average American doesn't give a fuck unless you have stock in it, right? And I think having some ownership there is great. But we're
dividends, you're into stocks? People that are into stocks are not into dividends, okay? They're jumping around and they don't sit long enough to get their bloody dividends. Well, at least that's my perception.
We're not talking about just these funds that are broadly diversified and invested in the economy, because this just sounds like kind of an extravagant like IRA or 401k basically. And I think that's meaningfully different than I think we were kind of talking about like controlling shares for these companies, no?
No, you weren't. No, I don't think he was talking about controlling shares. He was just talking about the wealth. He was talking about the wealth coming to them. He wasn't talking about controlling. But then again, if everything is, if the government eventually is going to own most of these things, I don't know. Government already makes money through taxes. Okay, everything you're doing, they are taxing. Okay, that's how they get their wealth. So you're just saying they'll get more wealth, but everybody can continue operating as normal. So they won't have controlling share. let's see. Let him talk. Let him speak, Chinsia. Stop trying to figure out what his idea is.
Well, it's so the controlling shares would be that the public would own the holding corporation, right? But we're talking about the holding corporations, which would independently manage the accumulated wealth of the public. So it's a matter of like.
Okay, so hold up. This is a nice way of wording it. He said, sorry, this is extra. It's we're talking about the no controlling share rather distributed portfolio. Destiny did think that there was a controlling share. So the controlling shares would be the public would own the holding corporation, right? Yeah. So for these companies, no. So okay, so the controlling shares would be the public would own the holding corporation. Let's just go back.
I'm not talking about like controlling shares for these companies, no?
Well, it's so the controlling.
Okay, Carl, this is great that you're actually somebody who understands. You're a stock bro. Okay, cool, good. Okay, you understand this. You watch your portfolio but like a hawk. So what this guy's idea, Carl, what his idea is the government becomes gets capital from, because it owns a lot of stuff. Okay, so it just don't worry about how it gets the capital, but it gets the capital, and then it puts it into this big commercial bucket that it then divides into holding companies, holding corporations, and those holding corporations then are managed by professional, I suppose, stockbrokers, professional portfolio managers, wealth managers, right? Professional ones. And they then accumulate profits, and that goes back into the government, right? But the thing is, the government then distributes the wealth to the people equally as well. So that's how socialism will work. Thoughts? Because he's just using this magical thing of that the stock market just continues as it does, as it is, but the government takes this very huge role in it, and competition still goes forth. The government, essentially, he wants 75% of the stock market at least to be technically owned by the government, but managed by professional. I don't know. Why do government tax us? Don't they create the money? Just print more. On paper, that sounds great, but in reality, that would never work. Wow! Why wouldn't it work, Carl? Because I'm just wondering how the hell everything else works if this is the system. Okay? If this is the system, how does business work? How does cost work? How does anything continue the way it did before? Explain it to me. No controlling share, rather distributed portfolio. So again, he's going to explain again. This is the thing. The companies continue as before, but basically the government owns a certain percentage across. This is the way he's worded it. We're talking about the holding corporations which would independently manage the accumulated wealth. Holding companies independently manage the accumulated wealth of the public. So you don't need to watch your portfolio like a hawk anymore, Carl. The government will do it for you. Okay? Wealth of the public. So it's fine. The accumulated wealth, it's like, that's how I'm understanding it. I would, if I could speak to him, I would say, is this for, explain like I'm 5, do we get this big pool of dividends that then gets given at some point, given back to the people? Yeah. We should just start fracking. That's the fun part, Kitty. It doesn't work. Oh, shit. It wouldn't work because the government's greed wouldn't allow them to properly distribute dividends profits to the people. Oh, that's... No, but what if they did, though, Carl? What if they did do what we told them to? And there was just good accounting and stuff. And we just... The government will have an expert team of insider traders. Yeah.
Shares would be that the public would own the holding corporation, right? But we're talking about the holding corporations, which would independently manage the accumulated wealth of the public. So it's a matter of like, what do the holding corporations actually own? And so let's just imagine we get to like my ideal end state. You know, we've got like 100 different of these holding corporations, right? And they've kind of like eaten up, you know, BlackRock is literally like a publicly owned company at this point, right? They've got.
This is what he wants. So do you understand what he's doing with this? So it's like, say, for example, BlackRock is becomes a publicly owned company. Okay. Ideal end states. So his ideal end states. Most, so hundreds. So hundreds of at least 100 different holding companies. Okay. A corporation, sorry. I know it's the same thing, but corporation. Okay. It simply wouldn't be enough money for that country's population to live off of. What about the $75 that you get in your dividends check? Come on. No, it would just, but you would get a significant portion. He says it'll give you a significant portion. You'll get a significant portion of the value that you create is what he's given you. On a small scale, it's not a terrible idea. The issue is when the government gets too big, their holdings in and of themselves start affecting the market. Well, that's the size of them. It would happen. Listen, communism would work in a town. Define significant. Good question. See, it seems to work on a small scale with some state sovereign wealth funds. Don't know about majority of value.
Kind of eaten up all of those other.
Well,
so 100 different holding corporations that have eaten up the private holding corporations. BlackRock is essentially a publicly owned corporation. Okay, so you get that. His ideal. So everybody benefits from BlackRock. Is his idea. Instead of BlackRock benefiting from BlackRock, it's the public benefiting from BlackRock. There's also no guarantee that the government will properly invest the money and diversify it. No, but you see, yeah, there is no guarantee, but he guarantees it because he says that it's their job, they're professional.
BlackRock is not even close to publicly owned, right? But hold on, when we say
BlackRock is publicly owned, but it's a publicly traded company. I'm just using that as a quick aside.
Oh, you were saying if they were public, I understand. Yeah. Okay. When we say holding corporations, what I'm trying to figure out is like, how did these get created? Like, let's say that there are.
How did they get created? They got taken over. They get expropriated.
Let's say that there are two holding corporations in my state, and one is called like Green Energy Forever, and the other one is called like, Veganism Rules. And I really want to invest in companies. I would prefer my money would go to the coal-fired dog-eating factory people or whatever, right? How does like a new holding corporation get created that would allocate money in a way that I would want to see my public money go towards? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how do you create those new holding corporations?
He's asking the same sort of question. He asked this question before, essentially, where he's like, how do you create these? What are they? Yeah, assuming you get the capital, how do you decide how many holding companies there are? It's essentially, that's what he's trying to say. And the answer was rules-based, no upper limit on how big the corporation should be. Example, he would just divide by 15 trillion. If there's $15 trillion, he would have 15 different holding corporations. Wealth is concentrated. Okay, so cool. So this was just the discussion they were having. So his question again, I would say, is how do you choose which ones are then made? Because there's value judgments in that. He's saying, well, how do you choose one versus the other? And his answer was rules based. So let's see. I'll write the same. Let's put it here. The related questions. That's why they're there. He goes, how do you create new holding companies? New holding companies. Okay, and the example he's got, I want public money, my money, sorry, to go towards holding company with certain values as opposed to others. So there's a judgment that I want to have. I want to make this decision. How do you do that? He's asking that question, and the last time he asked this question was rules was the answer.
You talked about how you would capitalize them.
Yeah.
Okay, so who would decide how to make them? Yeah.
Well, I mean, in terms of who would decide how to make them, I mean, that, like I said, I mean, I think that would be a rules-based process. You'd probably have.
I told you guys, rules-based process. Okay, so what's the rule? What's the rules for it?
Some kind of superstructure for, some basic rules that you would establish for managing the whole portfolio of holding corporations, where they would decide, okay, like what
Destiny, if you do not ask him what the rules are, I will.
are the basic guidances we want to give to these holding corporations? What are the kind of like transparency requirements that we would have? And then similar to your point, like, okay, well, this is how we would determine when to spin off new holding corporations with the accumulations from either tax revenue, other public assets, or the sovereign wealth fund, right? So it would.
The only reason I'm focusing on this part.
Oh, come on, Wick! Wick put his hand up, kind of. Yeah. Just hold on.
So
sovereign wealth fund, right? With the accumulations from either tax revenue, other public assets, or the sovereign wealth fund, right? So it.
The only reason I'm focusing on this part. So
I wish Wick had said something. That I hope that's what was on his mind. Is like, you've just said there's rules, but what would these rules be? So your answer again has just been rules plus word salad, right? So rules based again. Okay, am I gonna have to bring out the repetition, repetition marker, which is, what did we have it as? A replay, I think it was like a, I think it was this, was a play, like that, because he's replaying it, right? So rules based, and that's, basically, it's the same answer over there. And let's put this in the key, fuck's sake, before I forget. Symbols, there we go. Citation, repetition. Okay, there we go. Done. Okay, get back to it. Rules-based. Corporations were companies once, like the British East India Company or the VOC or of the Dutch, who did it long ago. So no money for food meets I'm gonna eat the neighbor to stay alive. Can corporations become governments? Well, what he wants to do is have the government be a corporation as well, I suppose. Rules-based, actively managed. Yes, there you go. You've really absorbed his ideas there, Jade. Like I'm really not getting it properly. You can teach me. Rules-based. What else is in this block? The rules-based. We would have requirements. He used the words requirements. So transparency. Requirements. We would determine when to spin off a new holding. Determine when to spin off a new company. Okay, when. And then what else? Holding corporations with the accumulations. Okay, wealth fund. So the only reason I'm focusing on this part is because why would we focus on it? Because it's the implementation. That's why I would focus on it. But continue, Destiny.
So hard is because, in my opinion, one of the best advantages of capitalism, if you want to be a capitalist cuck, which I am.
I gotta go, but I'll be around in like 4 hours. Cool. We'll probably still be here. See ya, cow. Don't eat the neighbors, eat the bugs.
Is that capital can respond efficiently and quickly and robustly to huge economic problems. I think when people argue, there was some paper, I think it was on...
Okay, he's focusing on this because... so the rules-based was his answer, and then he's just like... blah, blah, wealth fund. Capital can respond efficiently. Quickly to economic problems. Okay, so yes, it can. The market markets. Market's gonna market, and I suppose he wants to know how this kind of market would respond. I'm trying to just keep the notes to a minimum instead of giving the exact speech that he's given.
Working paper on IBER or whatever, that said that like no liberal economy in the history of the planet has had a massive famine or whatever. And I think part of the argument was that not only is the media able to report on things quickly, but capital can shift very quickly around to different sections of the economy to respond and adapt to different things. So one of the advantages of capital is that people can identify market signals, put money in an area and invest in something, and then do whatever they want there. But when we talk about these holding corporations, we're talking about removing that decision-making apparatus and somehow making it a government thing. And I'm trying to figure out, like, how are these things made? And
okay, so quickly to economic problems through decision-making. Quick decision-making, right? Okay, and it follows then that this system, the proposed system, gives over decision-making to the government. Okay, and I'm trying to figure out how are these things made, decision apparatus, and somehow making it a government thing. Yeah, apparatus. Oh, I think his answer here, this is my predicted answer, is, well, it's managed by professional management, wealth managers. They do make decisions in that way.
To gloss over this and then to move on to the rest of the stuff, this is like the hard stuff that I would argue that if capitalism does anything well, it's allocating capital. Yeah.
Well, right. So there's a number of ways where I think that concern is kind of misplaced. So number one, if we look at how capital is actually invested in current society, and there's a lot of papers on this, is most kind of liquid capital that's invested is passively invested, right? It's like people that aren't even making any sort of an active decision with.
Okay, so he's basically saying this decision-making stuff is actually not, it's actually not as much of a factor as Destiny is saying. He's refuting what Destiny has just said, because so he's saying most capital investment is passive. Okay, so this decision making isn't actually the way you say, rather than active decision making. Okay, and I would expect him to say that decision making is by these professionals.
How they're investing their capital, right? So in some sense, you could say by transitioning a great bulk of that market, if we just were to like neutrally buy assets, so for every one asset that we buy that's actively managed, another one's passively managed.
So we buy active and passive management. Okay, I suppose you could talk about my management is very passive. There's no management going. The Intelligent Investor is what I just finished reading. It's basically how everyone who got rich on stocks did it. Book, great read, highly recommend. Are you rich now, Paffy?
And economists have said that this passive investment is kind of...
Look, it's you do recommend it. I would want to read it to just understand the fucking stock market.
A problem for the allocated process. We're kind of transitioning to a more actively managed market in the first place. So I think
also I would want to know, Paffy, did these people start off with a significant amount of money that then they turned into an even more significant amount of money, or did they start with $1,000 on the stock market?
There's
Can
some
I try-
allocative. Sure.
I don't know if I agree with that. That most
Okay, you like naturally buy the asset. So everyone asset by actively managed. So how did he get to this? Transitioning a great bulk of that market. Okay. The market by neutrally buying assets. One for every actively managed. You buy a passively managed one. Okay, cool. And then it's kind of a problem for the allocated process. Okay, so yeah, so passive is the problem.
Market, if we just were to like neutrally buy assets, so for every one asset that we buy that's actively managed, another one's passively managed, and economists have said that this passive investment is kind of a problem for the allocated process. We're kind of transitioning to a more actively managed market in the first place. So I think that there's some allocative. Sure.
I don't know if I agree with that. That most capital that is allocated today is allocated passively.
Yeah, he shouldn't agree with that. That's what he was talking about here. He's talking about this decision apparatus that is happening. He's like, oh, it's just passively. That's the point. So he disagrees. Okay, so just flat out disagrees. Okay.
The liquid capital, right? So these are most of the assets that are managed by these institutional investors, like the overwhelming portfolio.
What do we mean when we say passively managed?
So when you you know what passive management is, right? So like passive management is when you would just invest money that essentially just tracks an index on behalf of, it's essentially managed by the asset holding corporation, right? It's not really something that you're going out and sort of trying to find, the actual good investments out there. You're just kind of free riding off of all of the other allocations that are happening actively.
Sure. So I feel like we can call it passive management, but isn't that kind of like one layer removed?
Yeah, exactly. It's the decisions that are happening, that are made by the active people, okay, are influence the passive ones, because the passive ones are based on the active ones. Okay, disagree. So passive. And he asks, what is passive management? Oh, it's basically free riding of the active management. So he characterizes this as, well, it's just which is just one is a layer. It's the same thing. You're still fine. It's just a secondary it's a secondary effect, but it's still happening. Okay.
Because the funds that you're tracking are index funds that are kind of being managed by people that are, trying to pick like a good assortment of funds within a particular index, and then the index itself can change based on market capitalization of companies. And it is like passively managed in the same way that like if I give money to an ice cream maker, I'm like passively giving that money, and I'm not actually making my ice cream, but a guy that's getting the money is actively making the ice cream, right?
Well, there's a lot of papers on how this is like an
Okay, well, there's papers. Destiny.
Allocative distortion, right? Because when you essentially, it makes it to where there's not as much actual entrepreneurial investing activity, and in theory you're increasing the risk of improper allocation of capital, because you're sort of necessarily lowering the amount of actual active investing that people.
Okay, so yeah, he does not change his mind about it. He's still saying it's, what did he call it? A distortion. So improper allocation. There's a lot of papers on this allocative distortion. passive management causes, I suppose, allocative distortion. So we don't need the passive thing. We need more active. And for him, the solution is the holding corporations. The holding corporations are active. Cool. I would wonder, there is a certain streamer, that economic streamer and marketing streamer, that I would want to see if he covered this. My husband watches him. I need to check if he's watched this debate. I don't know if he would find it too basic bitch to listen to though. Okay, passive management causes allocative distortion.
People are doing when they're going out and trying to search for the best investments. And so the holding corporations, by engaging in an active management process, are kind of effectively solving that problem by some great proportion, and ideally leading to better allocative efficiency. Because again, I do advocate for very strict technocratic management of these assets.
Very strict, he's using the magic word again, technocratic management of assets. So he's very much wants more active management equals better, is better. I'm actually going to put this in its own block here. More active management equals better. Better, and what was it? The holding corporations increase active management. Okay? Because you'll have the career managers, right? The professional management.
In general. And so
Sure,
to your point, just the last thing, just one more thing. The last thing that I haven't been able to say is that
I hope it is something you haven't been able to say, because you repeated yourself.
You keep on saying that the decision-making process of capital moving in certain places when they see market activity, again, like that whole competitive process between these asset managers is still internalized into my system, that these big asset managers that are now publicly owned would have the same competitive dynamics and incentives to do the exact same thing under my system as they do under our current system. They'd have
this is where I'm like, is that so? Because he's like, no, it will happen. The market will still market, is essentially the thing. They'll still have I agree. I agree. I understood that immediately when you said he carried on with this competitive thing. He's like, look, it retains competition. So he's going to add here just decision making, okay, and decision making, market based decision making, and competition is still part of the proposed system. And I'm like, how's that gonna work? All the way down to Joe Schmo, who's working in the corporation. Okay. First, does this also mean what happens to mom and pop shops? Well, how do they work? How is everything a corporation? How does anything work from the bottom up? Tell me how this works. Because you're just assuring me that it will be fine. There'll be maybe a little bit of a wobble. There'll be a bit of an adjustment period, and we'll make some sacrifices. But it will be for the greater good, which was his initial starting point is from egalitarian principles.
Have the profit motive, market dynamics.
Yeah, so he still wants the profit motive. Profit motive still exists. Okay. Proposed system. Profit motive remains. So we still have capitalism.
No,
but that's the thing that I don't understand. That's why I keep asking how these are created, because I don't think they would have that same. I don't know how they would have that same incentive. Like if there are 5 holding corporations, I still don't know how you pick 5 or how 5 are created. So if one,
no, they still compete. And also there's the magic words, Destiny. There's the magic words of at arm's length. as well. So government's not going to be involved as much as you want, as you think, as you worry. And also there is just the management and also the technocratic. Don't you realize that I've already answered the question? He's already answered this question for you. He's told you how it's going to work, and you're saying, but it's not going to work. And I don't think he has many answers for you other than there are papers.
Underperforms, do you know how you pick 5 or how 5 are created?
So sorry, I will just put Destinies here as I don't believe they would retain these qualities. Okay, that they wouldn't. Just convince me they would. Convince me the market will still market. Convince me all of that dynamic does not change. Like, what? How does this even? I need a little economics textbook or something to start. I have to go and learn all the way back, and so that I can say, this is exactly how wrong you are.
So if one underperforms, do you eliminate it? Now there are 4, or do you spin up a new one? Or
it's the rules. It's the rules based.
I feel like I've already answered this. So
I did not read, guys. I did not read. I didn't read the transcript, and he says I feel like I've already answered this. I knew exactly what, guys. I can mind read. I can mind read, boy, and I don't even need to be part of it. Oh wow, interesting.
So okay,
wait, hold on. Let me ask this very very clearly. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on, because I feel like you haven't answered this at all, and it keeps.
He has answered it because he feels like it's sufficient. I feel like you haven't answered it. The reason you feel like he hasn't answered it is because in reality the answer is not sufficient, but he believes it is. This is the line that we've come to in the debate. This is the line we've come to in the debate, where he believes this is sufficient. You believe it's not sufficient. The end. Beautiful.
It's getting spoke around. I don't know what's intentional. Okay. All right. So let's say that we are we are restructuring our economy in a way that we want to have these public holding corporations. Okay. So what we do is we have the government that has like a big bucket of money, and the government is going to allocate its money to these private holding, or not private, it's going to allocate money to these holding corporations, and then they're going to basically serve as all of these massive asset managers like BlackRock is. You're creating BlackRocks basically that the government is giving money to for the initial capitalization. And
hold up, I need to draw this. Okay. we're gonna listen and draw because he's trying to understand. And I tried to do this yesterday or the day before, whenever it was the last time I tried this. Okay. So he spoke about, Destiny spoke about this. This is him. We've got this big wealth bucket. Okay. We've got wealth. Okay. Step 1, wealth. Okay. Or government. Okay. So it's the government has it. Okay. So the government wealth right there, and then it goes into holding companies. Okay. Holding A, B, C, D. We go do that, right? Holding A, B, C, D. Okay. And then I hope that's as far as he's gotten, right? Okay. So, because it says the government is giving money to the initial capitalization, and they're going to be investing individual firms, and then their metrics are going to be tracked, but profit and all that. Okay. So holding corporations, then they're going to basically serve as all of these massive asset managers like BlackRock's. You're making a lot of them. Okay, cool. I'm with you. I'm with him. That the government is giving money to for the initial capitalization, and then they're going to be investing in individual firms, and then their metrics are going to be tracked by. Oh yes. So the holdings. Sorry, the holdings. Then let's do that. Okay, and the holdings are there. So we got the holdings right, but then they're going to go into firm. Hello, Daisy Dew. Say hello. Everybody wonder where you are, Dew. Hi. Oh, there's Daisy's tail for you. Firm A, firm B, firm C. Or actually, let's do firm 1, firm 2, because you might associate A and B with each other. That's not what I'm trying to do here. Okay. I'll even make them different shapes for you. As for, I know BlackRock doesn't make anything besides trouble. Well, yeah, that's all I hear about it. Okay, so firm 1, firm 2. So holding, they will invest here and here, and okay, well this one D will invest over there. So cool. The holdings invest in the firms, right? They do it in. So it goes wealth holding firm. Okay, cool. Then do the firms then pay out?
Profit and all that. What I'm asking is, where do those initial holding companies come from? How do you create those?
Okay.
Now, for me, I want to go here. I want to go into firm. Okay, so I want to go further into Joe Schmo, who works in firm Joe over here, who works here. Okay, in the firm. Does he continue getting paid a salary? Okay, does he get this salary? Cool. Does he get a basic income, a universal basic income? What happens here? Okay. Or does he just carry on with his capitalism and then he just gets this little bubble of government money? Does he get his government assistance as well? Is that how it happens? It's almost like you're arguing for a mixed economy. Woo! I really hope that erases. Okay, thank goodness. I wrote on my desk. Okay. Firm. Okay, cool. So he's asking, his major thing is how do you decide when if hey, C is not performing anymore, we need to get rid of it. How do you decide on that? How do you decide who gets what? Well, his earlier example was, well, they accumulate 15 trillion and then I'll just have 15 holding companies. And then another example earlier on in the discussion was, I'll just have, in my ideal end state, I will have 100 holding companies. And also, oh, guess what? He has answered the question because there'll be rules about these companies. So that's the answer, Destiny. There's rules. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like I've answered this question. So yeah, just take his answer. Is what he's trying to tell you. My answer is rules.
Initial holding companies. Like if there were 2 or 10, what is the difference? Yeah.
Okay, so the three different ways that I described, you have tax money, you have essentially quantitative easing, you have
I
public
understand.
assets.
He knows that. He's asking you how you choose who holds what.
No, you're talking about how you capitalize it. I'm talking about how you create them. How do you create
vote
them?
on them? Like, so if I wanted a puppy killing holding corporation and Destiny wanted a Discord DM privacy lock safe guarantee holding corporations, like,
okay,
how would we get
so the way
vote on those?
Wiki little shit talking about Discord DMs to Destiny. As an example, I see you. Okay, so, like, really, was that necessary? And I guess Destiny knows how to take it. So, so this is Wick stepping in. Okay, so he's asking, disagree, what is passive? Okay, I don't believe. Retain these qualities. Again, asks, how do the holding companies get created? Okay, that's basically his main question here. I mean, we could even make it a circle to show how important it is. Get created, and eventually he's answered the question, but anyway, his Wick says you'd vote on it. Do you vote on it? Okay, should be able to just get a normal fill. Yeah. Okay, do you vote on it? So his example, puppy killing firm, killing holding corp, and the Discord DM privacy corp. Cool. Okay, do we vote on them?
Yeah, so I've already...
Would I vote on those, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so I've advocated...
Yeah, so do you vote on it? Would he vote on it? Oh, I've already answered. No, just if you... then you haven't answered sufficiently.
For this, and I'll say again, I'll try to say it more clearly. For a rules-based...
Oh, you fuck! You brought it back! Sorry, I'm sorry I yelled, but really, again, his whole thing is all rules-based. So are we gonna vote? I suppose. Do we need to ask the EFF for the real answers? Yeah, the EFF will tell us how to economically fight. That will happen. But no, I really, he's asking, like, do you vote on it? No, guys, he's spoken about this before. Rules-based. So, fine. Do we vote on the rules-based then? At least, can we get to it? Oh, I've already advocated for this. No, you stupid. 1 of 44. Oh, hello, people of Metrocity. Welcome to Metrocity. Rules-based. This is a repetition. Enjoy the repetition marker. Okay, but like you still haven't. Like, okay, so let's look at when he last spoke about rules-based, guys. No controlling. Oh, okay, we've got the rules-based. Where are we at? Rules-based system. Okay, no upper limit to how big a holding corporation could be. And then this whole idea of the 15 thing. And okay, we also had rules-based here. Transparency requirements are part of the rules-based, guys. Determine when to spin off a new company. He said the rules will determine it, guys. Destiny, hello, he's already told you. The rules will determine it. I don't know what else you need to hear. You know, other than how the rules work and who decides on them. Which you haven't told us, but go off, King.
Kind of superstructure process for doing that. So
I use the magic word superstructure as well. He used that previously. He also used the superstructure. Just by the way, rules-based superstructure. Woohoo!
What do I mean by that? Okay.
Yes, what do you mean by that? That would have been a very good thing for you to go into. Before you said you answered Destiny.
For instance, right, the Federal Reserve, we have like the Board of Governors, you know, and different presidents kind of appoint the Board of Governors.
No. Federal Reserve has two mandates that aren't tied to like the profit motive or aren't tied.
I'm just
like,
using that as an example, Destiny.
No, I understand,
I'm not saying it's exactly the same, right?
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying it's disanalogous because you only have one Federal Reserve. We're not talking about creating multiple Federal Reserves, and their goal isn't to make money or pick winners or losers. It's broadly
a superstructure, right? So again, you might have a superstructure. So all the different holding corporations would have their own boards that are appointed, right?
Okay, cool. Superstructure. All holding companies have. Look, I don't even want to do the Federal Reserve example that's brought up. I feel EFF could explain better. Yeah, you know what? Why not? They could. All holding, you know what? They would own what they're saying. So all holding companies have boards, have their own boards. Okay, cool. I'm following you. I'm following you right behind. I'm tailgating.
By the public, by this kind of rules-based process, but then you might have a superstructure that says, okay, like this is the general guidance.
About creating multiple Federal Reserves, and their goal isn't to make money or pick winners or losers. It's broadly
a superstructure, right? So again, you might have a superstructure. So all the different holding corporations would have their own boards that are appointed, right, by the public, by this kind of rules-based process. But then you
by the rules, but you use the magic word rules-based. All their own boards appointed by the so you have little mini governments appointed by the public through the magic rules-based processes. Okay, fine. And then what? You have representatives, so you just have representatives that are managing it, guys.
You might have a superstructure that says, okay, like this is the general guidance we would give the firms. This is how much wealth we've accumulated in our financial assets from our sovereign wealth fund. Hey, we think it's time now to vote on whether or not to open a new public holding corporation because, we've got $5 trillion in our sovereign.
They're insider traders then as well? Okay, so yeah, so all holding companies have their own boards appointed, and then the superstructure then the superstructure decides when to have a vote on opening a new holding company. Okay, because we just decide. So there's just multiple groups of people, levels that make decisions. So we've got where's my the holding company. Sorry, we if we go back to our drawing, okay, we have the superstructure. Okay, I need to make the superstructure. Superstructure. Okay, superstruct. So the superstruct is the thing that tells you whether A and B and C. Okay, well we just brought C back to life. Okay, because they had a vote. And yeah, inside there are little boards that are also available, and they vote. Okay, so yeah, that's how it's all going. It's very beautiful. Okay, I'll be able to redraw it because now I'm studying. I'm studying his economics. Okay. Hey Zaxi, you little shit with your mind in the gutter. Hey Davina. Daisy, come here. Come say hi. Come say hi, Toots. She's wanting food. We're gonna have to take a break in a little bit. I need to pee and feed cats, but we're not done yet. We're not there yet. Let's go. Diagramming. Okay, holding company, new holding company, we have votes. It's just the rules, it's fun.
Wealth fund, let's do another $1 trillion like holding corporation and recapitalize it similar to this kind of broad superstructure of competing holding corporations that we have. So I hope, that's a completely direct answer to that question.
Yeah, completely direct answer to that question that you didn't actually address. You just said the word superstructure and you said rules-based. You didn't say who creates the rules, who agrees to the rules. You didn't talk about that. We had to push you all the way here. I had to agree with Destiny all the way here.
I think there'd probably be some kind of superstructure, rules-based, independent technocrat.
He said all the word. Ding, ding, ding. Rules-based, technocratic, superstructure. He's done all the magic words, guys.
Management process.
He's going to summon Bagagwa.
For determining how to capitalize new holding corporations. To answer the other question you asked about what happens to firms that fail, the same thing that happens to firms that fail today, right? Like
they get bailed out.
I believe in hard budget constraints. Once they're capitalized, you're on your own. You got to compete in the market. You have to survive. You have to do what you got to do to basically, earn a living, right? And if
you just carry on being capitalistic.
These holding corporations were to go bankrupt, then they have to go through the ordinary bankrupt process. The goal of any portfolio is, and this is for the audience because I'm sure you understand this, is that the goal for any portfolio is not for every single investment that you make to succeed at all times. It's just
you would want to
have a weighted, risk-adjusted portfolio so that you're not overly exposed to any one thing. To the extent that where if one holding corporation or one investment within a holding corporation goes bust, you have enough of a diversified investment pool that you're still getting a lot of returns for the public, a lot of returns from your portfolio at large.
So as long as someone's making money, you'll end up getting money, is his idea, okay? Superstructure decides, it's the rules thing. Oh, and by the way, in terms of asking what happens with firms that fail or what they're left. What are abandoned? What are they? Sorry, let's go back here. Let's play.
Okay, and then I guess.
So the goal, any portfolio, I don't care about that. I just want to talk about hard budget constraints. Once they're capitalized, you're on your own. Okay, so firms, once capitalized, firms are on their own. Okay, so once you've got the investment, you're on their own. Have to make to survive in the market. Okay, and if these also holding corporations, if they go bankrupt, then they go through holding. that go bankrupt. They go through bankrupt process. Okay, they're bankrupt too. Okay, they're allowed to go bankrupt. The goal of any portfolio is for the audience. Okay, so the goal isn't also just maintain. Again, he's using the diversified. Goal is for diversified portfolio. Basically, that manages risks. Okay, cool. So just as long as somebody's making money, it'll be fine. Okay.
I just want to let the record reflect I am not happy with the superstructure answer, but I accept it. I'll move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I want the record to see. Yeah, he's not happy with the superstructure answer, but he knows that he understands it's an answer. Not satisfied with the answer, but we'll move on. I wonder if Econoboi will say, hey, that you should tell me why it's unsatisfactory. I'll tell you why. I think you're just going to circle and circle and circle if you continue, if he continues from this. Does Econoboi explain where all this capital is coming from? Is it exports? Oh, Zax. Okay, so the way where all this capital is coming from is, well, the government already has it. Okay, so by the way, it's it already has these these assets because it doesn't have very good accounting. So no control. Sorry, I'm just looking for where he said it. Yeah. There's public wealth. There's actually the public wealth of nations. So go and read the book and then you'll understand that there is the public wealth of nations. State already owns about 1 times GDP of public assets because of poor accounting. It doesn't know this. So it's got physical assets and it's got liquid assets. It's got cash. So it's got to put that all into a commercial bucket and have it managed by professional fund managers. Okay, when it comes to the actual land that they own, the land assets that you can't exactly invest the land. Well, you're going to sell that, and you can sell that to private people, okay, and you can also sell it to other government things, as he said. There would still be other assets, he says, so there's beyond, but you could also develop the real estate. It's free real estate, and then you sell it. Okay, so and when asked who you selling to, well, you selling, it's a period of transition, so you're still allowed capitalism. So that's where it's all coming from. So all of that capital comes from there. It's all there already. Nobody is even going to have anything expropriated from them. In this system, it sounds like you're actually going to benefit from this because you get to buy from the government. You get to buy the land, or at some point you might even lease from the government this thing there, or they sell them for cash, and then they do this magical thing called entrepreneurial activity and investing in equities, and they make more money, and all that money will then go back into the government and we reinvest and everybody's happy. And if you're wondering how these management companies or whatever these holding companies work, they have rules. So there's that. So that's basically what we've been talking about, is all of the kinds of rules that you get that will make this all okay. Hey Rosales, I wish that he would say how long this process is supposed to take. Like buying up every stock is a much different project if it's on a 4-year scale or a 400-year scale. Yeah, he would probably it would behoove him to say it a 400-year scale rather than 4. I don't think he would go as he would be as silly as 4. He would say it would take about 50 years maybe.
I'm just curious, how do these holding corporations, how do they engage with I don't know what we would call these firms, Are they private firms? Like, would an individual go to a holding corporation and say, I want to start a business that manages electricians, and then the firm might invest in that business, or the holding company might invest in that firm? Or like, what does the ownership structure of these individual firms look like that the holding companies invest in?
Yeah, so that's where I was at immediately. I was like, okay, cool, you're talking about this superstructure and how it all works, but down at the firm level, how does any of that work? We still and keep in mind, his end goal is 100% socialism. Destiny, here, live, horses united. What he's doing, I don't know what you're saying. You mistyped, you misspoke. So the emus own Australia. Let's see.
Yeah. So they would start out, and I think throughout the process of transition until we get the total.
Oh yeah, the transition also helps. So it would start out capitalist, guys. Okay, we don't talk about that. Groovy, you bring it up. You do. MK Party finally said the quiet part out loud. No one would own any land after restitution, but the state would lease it to the people they deem worthy. Yeah. And you know what? Fine, own it, and then let the idiots vote for it, and then what? But I was assured, 1 of 44, that this was just grandstanding by the MK. That it was just trying to be like, look how cool and based we are. Okay, and the people deemed worthy just seem to be related to the party elites. Oopsie poopsie. We could probably have that whole dynamic involved in Econoboi's system here. Landlords are a parasite. Sadism has never worked because... Socialism has never worked because no one did it right. Yes, yeah, Rosales. It's a very common response, but it's true, okay? It's become a cliche because it's true. This is the main argument. His system requires capitalism to get started. Yes, he agrees with that, but he will not say he wants a mixed economy. He wants it eventually. He has been asked, would you want it to go to 100%? And he's like, yes. He would love it to be 100%, but fine, 75% of, say, the stock market being owned by the government is a good thing. Yeah. So, Capital responds quickly. So, sorry, that's where we were before. We were doing the how to create the companies, right? So now he's going to ask about he's asking about the firms. Okay. I guess it's the next general question. Just trying to figure out where I'm going to put this question. In how does it relate to the rest of the map? Yes, it needs to be according to the timeline. Fit map, there we go. Yeah, it breaks down from this whole idea of, let's see where this is. Nah, I think it has to go from here. Anyway, you guys don't really concern yourselves with these things, but I do. How to create the new holding companies. So now it's like, what's the relationship between holding companies and firms, right? So actual businesses. Like, what's going to happen to mom and pop? Do they have to be also invested in the? What happens to those businesses? Do they just continue? They don't need to be owned and things like that because they're too small, right? What happens to that part of the economy? It continues. It's fine, but also the people that are in part of that the people that are not part of this major corporation that is dialed into the holding company, do those people still benefit from the government's sovereign wealth? What is the relationship between the holding companies and the firms? Basically, how do you start a firm? How did he say it? What's the ownership structure? because remember his earlier discussion was there's never controlling share, okay? There's never controlling share in this. It's all about investments and stonks, okay? Okay, then.
Socialization, the process would look very similar to what it looks like now, where people would be able to just go out and start businesses and decide the ownership structure for however they wanted. I think that where the holding corporations would come in that
wait. You keep pausing. People can't start businesses in your model though, because the capital is all managed by the holding corporations, right?
Well, no, in the transition period that isn't. So it's fine. So his answer is no, people continue as usual. They can start businesses whenever they want with their decided upon ownership structure. So it seems like this rules based and things like that whole thing, there's no rules in that way, so that'll be fine. So you can just start a business. And what if you're not, I said stonks. Mom and Pop Small own their faults and successes. Econoboi doesn't care. Yeah, they're fine. They don't, I guess they continue. Okay. No,
because again, there's a huge transitionary period where there's still a
ignore the transitionary period, and let's say that we're past it into your kind of more towards much closer to your ideal model.
Thank you, because the whole ideal model that he's talking about is it's supposed to go beyond mixed economy. Okay, it's supposed to go beyond that. So he's like, oh, you could do it, but it's like, no. And then he tries to he's got these. This is rules based. Is his other magic thing? Rules based, management, just active management, and then we've got another. The third one is transition. These are the magic words that just let you gloss over all of the practicalities that one might worry about. Welcome, Tim Lascano. Lascano, yeah. Welcome to the colony. And all your assets belong to the government now. So there you go. But you can still, apparently you can open whatever company you want, according to Econoboi. And hold up ownership structure, but you can't. So Destiny is like the government. If they find the capital. Sorry, what did he say? Structure however they wanted, businesses, and decide the ownership however they want it. Okay, so yeah, the government, when the government all the capital, you can't just open a business. Okay, that's his example, and he's like, no, transition period. It's just transition. Okay, transition. So there's still capital out there, guys. They're still out there. There's still freedom. Okay, there's still freedom. Transition period. Okay, he's like, fine, go move beyond the transition. How does this work? When in your ideal state. How does this work? All valid questions. Okay, because fine. What happens if we get to this end stage? Because everyone's always goes end stage capitalism, blah blah. Let's go to end stage socialism. Let's go there. Nobody opens businesses on reserves. Nobody opens anything. If the government decides who opens what.
It's not individuals starting businesses. It has to be the holding companies, right?
Yeah. So if individuals wanted to, if individuals in an ideal system, right? So again, I do think that
he's smiling as if this is we're silly for asking this question. It's like, no, you're silly for having these ideas. But
in like complete social ownership, there's, as Matt
Sorry, you guys don't see what I'm talking about. Like the way that he's speaking is
Brunig told you in your conversation with him, there's that
like,
in
lol, how
like
do you not
complete
understand
wanted
this? How do
to
you
if
not
individuals
get
in
this? How do you not get this, Destiny?
an ideal system, right? So again, I do think that in like complete social ownership, there's,
Oopsie, complete social ownership.
as Matt Brunig told you in your conversation with him, there's like genuinely sticky issues as to like how exactly would you socialize the whole entire.
No,
It's not individuals starting businesses. It has to be the holding companies,
well,
right?
Yeah. So if individuals wanted to, if individuals in an ideal system, right? So again, I do think that in like complete social ownership, there's, as Matt Brunig told you in your conversation with him, there's like genuinely sticky issues as to.
Okay, well, you can't call them sticky issues. You're gonna have to figure them out if we're going towards this.
Like, how exactly would you socialize the whole entire economy? I can tell you what I would maybe imagine would happen. So, number one.
Okay, first of all, he said, by the way, in socializing the entire economy is sticky, which we have had the word sticky previously as well. Socializing the entire economy has sticky issues, right? Oopsie. But so we've got that as the opener. So just by the way, if you give any issue, he's already said, I know. He's not going to be like, I didn't know that. He's like, no, I already mentioned that, so you're not telling me anything new. I'm correct. Then we've got so cool. Number one, you'd probably still allow for some amount of retail. Okay, so this is how he would imagine it. How he imagines it. Okay. Cool. This is the answer we wanted.
One, I think that you'd probably still allow for some amount of retail investing, because if you're just like a sole proprietor, I don't think most socialists have huge problems with like sole proprietorships if you just want to go and trade stock. So you'd still have that quarter of the market that's kind of like retail invested.
Okay, retail investment. Still allowed. Sole proprietors. Still allowed. Okay. So we would still have that retail investing part of it. Okay, so
And then other than that, what you would do to start a business is you would probably go to the holding corporation.
Wait, I don't understand that. Can you
yeah, no, you nicely done, because he just says this. It's like, I've got an answer for you. I said a thing. There's the answer. Retail investment is still allowed. There's the answer. What do you mean by that corner of the market? Well, tell me about this. You've just dismissed a very big deal quite quickly, and then said, oh, and you've started that you'll go to the holding company and speak to them about it. Hey there, cats and kittens. Remember, in the words of Liberty Prime, only together can we stop the spread of communism. Thank you, comrade. You got honey? I don't get honey. I don't get honey because it's better for me not to have it in the house. Same thing as peanut butter. Honey and peanut butter can't be in the house because I'll just eat it all. Okay.
Sole proprietorship has retail investing. I don't know what these things have to do with each other. If I want to hire employees, that would basically be disallowed in your system, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so he's like, oh, retail investment, sole proprietorship. It's the same thing. Okay, so retail investors still allowed, sole proprietors still allowed. That's fine. So he's like, hold up. Hiring employees isn't allowed in your system. He's going to say it is allowed. Okay, so he's going to say it is allowed because he's never said that they're not allowed. Okay, and he's going to take great joy. This is my opinion. So far, I've been pretty good with my expectations of what he's going to say. He's going to feel really good about having Destiny assume something of his system. Okay, so hold on, I don't understand. Can sole proprietorship has retail investing? I don't know what these things have to do with each other. Okay, let's hold on here. Let's put that here. Sorry. Sole proprietor and retail, not sure what they have to do with each other. Okay, that's his first comment. Then hiring employees. I don't understand. if I want to hire employees, that would basically be disallowed in your system, wouldn't it be? A retail investor. What the fuck is a retail investor? Because it's all about investing for him. And I'm like, okay, you're on the investment. You're just saying the word investment. Okay? And that's supposed to investment, equity, entrepreneur. You're saying all of those words and that's supposed to just make money. Okay? But how does it work on the ground for any one individual? How do we live our lives? How do we work? How do we get compensated for our work? How does any of that occur in the system if it's just and I think what his answer would be is just what we do with capitalism. It's just that's it. It's just normal. It's just capitalism.
Well, retail, I mean, if you're a retail investor, I mean, typically, I think when we talk about like retail investing, we're talking about just individuals just trading.
I understand.
No. Okay, we're talking about individuals trading stock. No, not everybody's trading stock, Econoboi. What's Grandma doing? Is she an individual stock trader? That's not what his question was about. He's only thinking about stock markets here. Like this is my gripe with him. Shut up about the stock market. What about mom and pop? What about all of those things? Oh, it just carries on. Okay. So capitalism gets to continue. I'm a real retail investor. Okay. So retail investors still allowed, sole proprietors still allowed. So he's talking about he's not talking about retail shops, he's not talking about retail businesses, anything like that. He's talking about he's talking about it's a person, it's an individual buying and selling stocks. No, I'm not talking about stocks. He's not talking about stocks. He's talking about employees and shit. Read the room, bruh. Okay, what do? Let's see. Retail investment is an individual buying and selling stocks. No. That's not, we are not only working on the stock market. We have to eventually come down, guys. We have to eventually get to how the dividends are made, how the stuff is made.
Between retail investors versus institutional investors, I'm not talking about the investment part. I'm talking about the firms themselves and the ownership structure. I can't, in your idealized version, I can't walk out and hire employees to start a business, right?
Yeah. So in a total idealized system, which again I have a hard time imagining.
Okay, if you have a hard time imagining it, there's a problem there, right? Wouldn't that mean that your idea is half baked and not complete? But you want to get there anyway and see how it goes.
I think that we can get to like 75% social ownership, and then, again, these genuinely sticky issues come up, which I think are very relevant criticisms to point out. But I can tell you...
Conceded. He's conceded. He's conceded it is a mixed economy. As far as I'm concerned, he's just weaseling out of what he actually was trying to argue for. He has an ideal that he wants to reach one day. He doesn't know how it is, how it's going to be reached, or whatever. He just knows how he would like the world to be. And that's an absolutely nice thing to say. That's a nice thing to know, nice thing to think about for yourself or whatever. But really, the only thing you can argue for is up to 75%, and then the sticky issues, I don't know. So then maybe don't characterize yourself as you're arguing for this 100% socialism. Don't do that. Don't put yourself in that position. Be the mixed economy guy that then says, actually, it's not that mixed, it's quite social. It's actually more social than capitalist. It's not liberal capitalism. It's structured socialism or something. So try something like that. You have now said, oh, well, the sticky issues are the things that then, I don't know, I can't imagine it. Destiny's won this debate. Because you haven't even just, you could have positioned yourself to not have a defeat here. You just have given your idea and there's the idea, and people shut it down. Because you knew of these. You knew that these problems come up. Okay, retail investors and individual buying and selling stocks, cool, but very good. He's talking about the ownership structure. Okay, not talking about investing. Investing. Talking ownership structure and firms. You can't go hire employees and make a business. So his main grand answer to this whole thing is, well, yeah, we could get to 75%. Axie, come here, my boy. 75% socialization. Okay. So in a total, which you're going to have a hard time imagining, I think that we can get to 75% social ownership. Let's call it, yeah, social ownership. Then sticky issues happen. Then sticky issues come up. Issues arise. Okay, so he is asking you, Destiny is asking you about these issues. How would you come up with them? These are genuinely sticky issues that come up, but I think they're very relevant.
Now, again, these genuinely sticky issues come up, which I think are very relevant criticisms to point out. But I can tell you kind of what I would roughly imagine. You know, I think that if you were going to go out and start a business, you know, you'd probably have to engage in the state in some way. Like you'd have to sell like a portion of your equity over time, or
portion of your equity. Okay. So then issues arise, but okay, so I'm just going to put my note here. This is where I said, okay. Without knowing it. Axie, come here. Then we've got, okay, in his ideal, how he imagines it. Engage with the state. Sell equity over time. Portion of your equity over time. Sorry, portion. Actually, come here, boy. People don't see you enough. He wants food. The nectarine hit the spot. Oh, I wish I had a nectarine. I've got pears.
You know, maybe.
I've got strawberries. Yeah, we need to take a break so that I can do that. I can feed Axel because he's meowing. But I would like him to come and say hello first. Hold up, guys. Cheers, Kitty and chat. May the force be with you. See ya, Jay. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you for the jokes and everything. Really appreciated it. Don't forget your like on the way out. Axel, come here. I just want you guys to see how cute this cat is. Before we go for a break. Axie? I'll quickly get him. And yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to take a break, take a pee break, but the music will be playing. Come here. For Axel's nectarine addiction. Hi, Barmy. How you doing? Thank you so much. I'm trying to get Axie. Axie has to make an appearance now for you, Barmy. Come here. Come here, my Axie. Come. He's being a bitch. Just hold on. Come here, Axie. Come here, Brie. Come here. I got you. Oh. Okay. Brie. Daisy followed us. Axie, I need you to look here. Don't talk to him like that. Look at my boy. Don't talk to him like that. I had to get him, Gordon. Look how grumpy he is. I've got to feed him now. But this is who I'm tending to. If you guys... Sorry, I'm very loud. If you guys get upset with me, just understand that I have to feed this guy. He doesn't stay this size without a lot of food. Oh, God. Okay, so Axel is definitely an introvert. Yeah, he's no Daisy. Daisy? Toots! Titi! Okay, I'm gonna feed them now. Yeah, I'll see you in a sec. I could technically take the camera with me because it's a network camera, but it would probably be very delayed. So, just list. I'll just put the BRB screen on. You guys can hear all the bowls and things like that. There you go. See you now. Come, accent dude. Come, accent dude. I want to tease. Eaty food. Yeah, and food. Food, yeah. Alright, we're back. I'm about 12 hours different to us. I think 9 p.m. here. Woo! It's 5 p.m. here. So funny because I'm the other side of the world and just gave my cats breakfast not too long ago. The wet food is the reason that they get so antsy at this time. This is the wet food feeding. The dry food is essentially it's the morning and whatever. They get that pretty early. Berries! Don't they look good? And I got my spork. So there's that. Although I don't think I have any reason to say bitches are done with food in my mouth. Okay. Well, good morning, Josh. Good morning, all you North Americans. And good evening, all you Aussies. or good night. People do the wrong things because they don't know how to control those feelings of greed, hatred, people. That's the tribal mentality. Or of if you are an underdeveloped culture, you can do no wrong. Well, yeah, that's what we're supposed to be learning from the UK. Okay, let's get back to diagramming.
You could go out and try to raise funds from other retail investors that would be able to offer you some amount of money, or maybe you'd have to rely on lending in some sort.
Lending. But so are people allowed to be in? Remember Destiny's initial discussion, his initial problem, one of his initial criticisms of this system is that there would still be inequality. Okay? Because he's like, we need more equality. This is what Econoboi wants. That's why he wants this system. But it sounds like he just wants less poverty. That's all he wants. Okay. Engage with the state, sell a portion of the equity over time. Lending, retail investors. So just get a friend to, because retail investing is allowed. So you would still have a lot of economic freedom, guys.
You know, something like that. But I think that once you try to go for like a very, very rigid model, it becomes very, very hard to kind of imagine what that process would look like, at least to me.
Okay. Well, I'm unsatisfied with the answer, but I will accept it. Okay.
I'm unsatisfied with your answer, but will accept it. Because it's the best answer he can give, yeah. He's not going to give you any more. And it's up to him to let you leave it at that. Fine, again. Unsatisfied with answer. Leave it at that. What's next? Answer. We'll leave it there. It's just a very, very murky bit. Okay, what's next then? Wick, does he have questions?
I guess, yeah, I'm unsatisfied too. You keep switching Econoboi, and I don't mean to double team you here, right? But you keep switching between, well, there's a transitionary period where the rules would be X, but then I want Y where the rules would be something else. And
well, right. So
I'd
I mean,
rather
we could, like,
talk about. I think what it might be.
So again,
is to talk about. Your
let me just
end
answer the
goal.
question. Yeah, wait, just let me answer the question directly. Okay, I'll imagine, and I.
Let me answer the question directly. Well, why wouldn't you answer the question directly the first time it was asked? You hate Wick? Why do you hate Wick? I love Wick.
Ideal end state, right? So what we might imagine is that you still have about, what we have now. We have like 25% retail investors. They're still just doing their little individual investing. I don't think that it's, my socialism, I guess, I don't really care if people individually go out and invest money if they want. Now, other than that, it's like, okay, well, how do you start a business? Well, I guess that entire process could be socialized within the holding corporations themselves, where
that system can be socialized within the holding corporations themselves. Okay, is he just coming up with this?
It would basically be these holding corporations deciding what to invest in and why, and they would be competing against each other to do the exact same thing. Now, if an individual, like you guys are describing, like, hey, an individual wants to go out and start a business, well, I guess you'd have to basically go to the holding corporations and convince them to capitalize.
Basically. That's what
you have to convince.
Like, it's a stand-in for the government.
Yeah.
It's a stand-in for the government, yes.
Well, it's independently managed from the government.
Independently. Remember the arm's length. The arm's length. So, and we've also got Wick also dissatisfied. And also he says, switching between rules during transition period and rules for the end goal. It would behoove us, although he was interrupted, we should talk about the end goal. Okay, so yeah, you need to answer it. He obviously got offended by Wick not being satisfied with his answer. He's like, oh, let me answer the question directly. Yes, please. There, I leave it there. His answer, so he goes back to his answer. Whoopsie boopsie. Okay, he goes back to his answer. And he's like, oh, I guess you would have to engage with the holding companies. Holding companies decide which businesses, individuals, to invest in. Okay, and Wick said that's a stand-in, so that is a stand-in for government. Axel's asking for his dad. Axel is meowing because his dad is not here. Like, he has food. I've given him food. He's got everything he needs. He's just literally is looking for his dad. He thinks his dad is here and needs to be called. So he's meowing. So that is a stand-in for government. They're independently. Holding companies are independently run. So it's weird. It's just as long as the ownership, the overarching ownership is governmental, it's okay for independent people to be working within these holding companies. Okay. This is what's not satisfactory here. People don't want to be beholden to this system. They want freedom. Okay. That's exactly what Quincy does with me. All he needs is satisfied, but he just yells at me. Yeah, he's talking to you. He's like, okay. And he won't come and sit here with me or anything. He's looking for Gordon.
But ultimately, the public would be the shareholders,
the government,
right? So yeah, you'd have to
appoints them. The government gets to decide who's on these holding corporations, etc.
Well, yeah, but Wick, there's a huge difference between you got to go to a government bureaucrat and you have to go to a technocratically managed asset manager.
Oh, we got the magic word, guys. There's a difference. Independently run, different to a government bureaucracy. Oh, I hate the freaking. I don't know how to spell bureaucracy. Karasi. Yeah, tell me how. Autocracy is what it's trying to tell me. No. Pick up the word. Come on, someone in chat put it in there. Bureaucracy. Not different to a government bureaucracy. A technocratic okay, there we go. Not bureaucracy, B-U-R. B-U-A-R. Let's see. Nice! No! Let's see if it figures out. Bureau. There, I put the bureau in the wrong place. Bureaucracy. Okay? I need something like, I need a movie that basically it's like Bruce Almighty where he goes, B-E-A-beautiful. You know, that's how I used to have in my head when I was writing the word beautiful when I was a kid. Now I need to have this bureaucracy. Freaking hate it. Bureaucracy is the way I want it. Yeah. Different to a government bureaucracy because it's technocratically. It'll be fine. It'll be different. which is essentially we're going back to the true socialism hasn't been tried yet.
Which
right?
is
Like it's like the difference between. So, well, it's an independent agency, right? So ideally, it wouldn't be like strictly beholden to like any one government, right? It would have its sort of independent rules-based system that it follows.
Rules-based, bingo.
Now, obviously, the government can, around the edges, I think, make some reforms if they want. I mean, we do have a democracy after all. It wouldn't be like a 100% independent thing. But yeah, if you wanted to start a business, you basically have to go to the holding corporation and convince them to capitalize that business and invest in it. Similar to how people have to go to asset managers today. The only difference, well, I guess not to minimize it, but the only difference would be that would be essentially like your only option. You'd have to go to either a bank or one of these holding corporations.
So instead of a bank, you would go to a holding corporation for your capital. So it's bureaucracy. No, but it's technocratic bureaucracy. Magic.
Or you'd have to be a retail investor just doing the same thing.
Beautiful pause. Beautiful pause. They're like, oh, okay.
Right. And in a system like that, I think that I think there's a good reason to think that even in that kind of idealist version of our system, we would have great levels of equality. We'd get trillions of dollars of dividend payments to...
Oh, there'll be enough dividend payments, guys. Is that cool?
Used for public purposes that we wanted. And I think that the allocation process...
Wait, to use for public purposes? No, I want dividend payments so I can buy a jet ski. What's wrong with you?
Mentally would be very sound because, again, the allocation process looks extremely similar to the allocation process that we have today under our current kind of asset managers.
You mean capitalism?
And lastly, what I would argue is that, look, I think that a more egalitarian system in many ways is substantially more entrepreneurial than our current system, right?
Egalitarianism is more entrepreneurial. Wow, that's an extra argument he's gone into. So like the principles is like, it works. It's actually better. Okay. He would argue that this is a separate point, I would say. Because it's kind of overarching. But, based economy is more entrepreneurial. I still want to know about everyday life. Like, do I still have to go to flip burgers at McDonald's and get a salary there? Do I get the same dividends as the executive at Amazon as well from the government? Yeah, because the whole thing is about me getting value me getting a better portion of the value I create. Okay.
A lot of these billionaires who talk about how they started their businesses, they don't say, oh, I got $10 billion from my dad, and that's how I started my $10 billion factory, right? It's like, oh, I started in a garage. I got, Trump says I got a small loan of $1 million. Well, obviously, if we horizontalize a lot of that capital and have this much greater equality of opportunity, then ideally there'd be a lot more people that are able to actually live up to their full capabilities in my system versus the current system that we have now.
Okay, so in his system, more opportunity. Because people to start their own businesses benefit. Because everyone should be a business owner. Everyone is capable of being a business owner. Everyone should be a business owner, and it's actually the only way that society should be. That's a good, it's a model we should all pursue. If all of us could just own our own businesses, it would be great. That's not what he's saying. He's saying there would be more entrepreneurs, and then that would help everybody else get a job and things like that. Cool. It would be good for the economy because there would be more. There would be more to go around.
Okay, I guess a couple questions for both of you in this.
Yay! Questions. So we've got this huge explanation. We are not. I'll put this under here. What do you mean by moral reasons? Just, and then also just, I'll put under here Econoboi's model. Okay, is essentially this entire block that we are talking about here now. Just questions from Wick. Okay. Econoboi understands economics. He doesn't really know about how it comes about. Destiny will win. Well, Destiny has just won by asking him questions and him not giving satisfactory answers. He's just like, oh well, it'll work like this. But no, you're not considering all of the things here. You're just like, it'll be nice, it'll be good, it's better.
Point, right? So to Destiny first, I guess. What in principle, okay, is the difference about democratically voting to raise taxes and democratically voting for other forms of expropriation? What's this word?
Expropriation.
Thank you. For property. Like, what's the difference between this? So, for example...
Yeah, we're expropriating money from you. Okay, if we give you a vote, we're expropriating money from you. Okay, so a question for Destiny from Wick. Okay, taxes versus expropriation. Well, democratic voting for taxes versus expropriation. Okay. Yeah. Taxes are just expropriation of your money. Just no. English, do you speak it, motherfucker? Expropriation is a fancy word for theft. Yes, many South Africans will know it. Okay. So he goes. What is the difference? Between voting, democratically voting for higher taxes, raise taxes, versus democratically for other forms. I guess if the majority says that we are allowed to take your stuff, what do?
What, in principle, allows you to compel a company to turn over a percentage of its profits versus more like what Econoboi is talking about, where the government compels you to work through these holding companies to do.
So, yeah, taxes are just as bad, so why not? For me, I'm like, you're already doing this shit. I suppose this could be a good argument that, hey, you're already paying taxes. Just doing this ownership thing is still, it's just as bad. It's just something we're not used to. Okay, so I like the way you're talking about. So, what's the difference between this? For example, what principle allows you compel a company to turn over a percentage of its profits versus work through a holding company like Econoboi's system? Yeah, I suppose you could argue in both of these systems, in both of these scenarios, right? Your company supposedly, which is my question mark is really how it all works for. You in both of these systems, your company continues to function, apparently. Taxes, it continues to function. Guess what? What happens with taxes? We do tax evasion. So holding company, maybe a holding company is less evasion would happen. I don't think so. I think with any system, you're going to find a way to game it. You don't really have a choice. The police keep arresting freemen of the land people. They don't care what beliefs you have. What are you doing? A night watchman state, aka a minimal state or monarchy, whose proponents are known as minarchists, is a model of a state that is limited and minimal, whose functions depend on libertarian theory. Wise one, that actually just reminds me, when will we be able to do the state thing? It will only be on the 5th of August. I'm gonna actually just put that to the thinkers tonight, that on the 5th of August we're doing the purpose of the state, purpose of government think. So look forward to that.
Do your business.
I think, was this a dono?
No, this is just a question I had.
Oh, there's some guy in my chat that spent this question 50 trillion fucking times. I think expropriation is meaningfully different than taxes, because I feel like when people talk about expropriation, you're typically talking about taking like a thing that the person will no longer have access to. Usually you're talking about a form of like a thing, like an actual physical, like a building or something else you're taking.
Yeah, I won't have access to that tax money that I gave away. I'm paying taxes, I still don't have access to it. But yeah, you're talking about the qualitative difference. I suppose you're talking about the qualitative. That's my initial instinct was the qualitative difference between having something that functions and continues to function and continues to generate wealth versus something that is taken from you and I don't benefit from it anymore. Whereas taxes, yeah, I don't benefit from it, but I've paid you off, and my business can continue, and I've benefited to what you've allowed. I've benefited as much as you've allowed me. Does anyone take Econoboi seriously? I don't know. After this, I didn't know anything about him. Clearly, Destiny was forced to take him somewhat seriously because I suppose they had some sort of drama, because it was quite a thing that they could get to talk. I'm on the outside. Stag! Hey! A tangible asset versus currency is his thing. But now, listen, the main question, Stuggy, is, well, does that make this holding company, you haven't been here for this, but the holding company theory of Econoboys, isn't it the same sort of thing? You would still be able to run, your company would still be a tangible asset, and you could continue to do it. But yeah, how does it differ in principle from taxes is what he's asking. He sounds like he's a shitty economist. If I can find problems with his ideas.
Okay. That taxes are general.
So first of all, he's talking for his answer. It's okay, we're typically talking about a thing that a person will no longer have access to. Expropriation means, and I would say this still works with the cash, you no longer access to a thing. A thing like a physical building or something else. Taking that taxes are generally like surplus thing. Okay, there's surplus, no.
Like surplus thing, like they're applied to profits. It's not like you're taxing my revenues and I don't even have money to pay my bills and the government's coming after something and now they're going to take my property, my buildings or whatever. So generally taxes are applied to profits. So excesses, money, things that are like fungible, and expropriation is usually tied to things that are not fungible and it's like taking an irreplaceable thing from you. I think they're
okay, taking an irreplaceable thing. So like a physical building, taxes are based on surplus. on surplus, but I want that surplus. That's the point. Like, I have no access to the surplus, is what I'm saying. I want that surplus. What makes you have the right to it? Okay, that on principle, what makes you have the right to it, or I'm giving you because you're supposed to give me something in return as a government, right? That's what I'm supposed to be paying you for. And technically, we're employing you. You know that whole thing. Money to pay my bills, and the government's coming after something now, and they're going to take my property. Okay, so surplus thing, they're applied to profits. Taxes based on surplus, profits, fungible, yeah, just replaceable, fungible, replaceable. Like physical building, irreplaceable. Okay. I think they're meaningfully different things. Fair enough. Okay.
Fungible, and expropriation is usually tied to things that are not fungible, and it's like taking an irreplaceable thing from you. I think they're meaningfully different things.
Okay, fair enough. To you, Econoboi.
You're giving me the difference between expropriation and taxes, all of this. When he brought up this, I suppose I'll put this here. This is his answer. It's not to this question. Which principle allows you to compel a company to turn over a percentage of its past profits versus work through a holding company? So yeah, that question wasn't answered because that is quite an interesting angle. I wonder what that would be, because it's just as unsatisfactory and irritating as taxes. I admit I wasn't around to know what EB means by holding company, but it sounded like Tiny was making a distinction from taking cash money versus means of production. One is property, one is money. Yes, Stug. Well, with the holding, and thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. So the holding company, what he means by holding company is his whole idea of socializing, making socialism happen, is eventually the government lands up controlling or having all the wealth. Okay, all the wealth, and then it gets into holding companies. Okay, it has holding companies. It takes all the capital, puts it into holding companies. The holding companies are owned essentially by the public. So we socialize the whole economy in that manner. So you get dividends from this, from owning the stock exchange. Essentially, BlackRock becomes the people's. That's how you gain socialism. And yeah, his system essentially just gets down to if we take it all the way to its logical conclusion, is you can only start a business if a holding company, which is only one step removed from the government, a holding company allows you to open it. Everything else stays in intact. Competitiveness between holding companies happens. Competitiveness between firms still happens. All of that just somehow continues. But eventually 100% of the capital is owned by the government and distributed to the people. That's his socialism. And yeah, the safeguards are actively managed funds, actively management asset, like the stock market essentially, by independent people that are at arm's length to government. And also he keeps saying rules. There's rules based. Yeah. So anyway, and this holding company, interestingly enough, the principle of having the government own they don't have a controlling share in your company, right? When they have this holding company, they don't have a controlling share, but they do benefit from it. They get money from the value that you produce, and you as a citizen will get benefits from every company that exists. So it's socialism, but somehow a little bit of capitalism's in there. And also, if you have any questions, it's a transition period in which capitalism funds it. Okay. And yeah, when we get to 100% socialism, he's not too sure. So essentially, he BTFO'd himself. Expropriation means you no longer have access to a thing. Cool. Physical building irreplaceable. What Stug said here, taking one's cash money versus means of production. Yeah. But in his socialism, the government owns the means of production. Government distributes the outcome of that production, distributes it to everyone, and you still participate. You still have your own salary and everything like that. So I'm still not understanding it really well. That would just create a big-ass cartel where only people with political power or contacts would be able to have any weight on the market. Nah, Kenstad, no. It'll be fine. There'll be rules. Okay? And also, they will be independent. So. And also, another thing that we need to remember is the main thing at the bottom here is that his egalitarian-based economy is more entrepreneurial because more people will have opportunities to start businesses. So I don't know what you mean by this whole idea of contacts and things. It'll work if we do it, if we try hard enough, if people just, agreed to it. So in other words, it's fascism. Yeah, it's some sort of fascism, but actually it's egalitarian. It's for the greater good. There might be some transition, some uncomfortable stuff that you might have to deal with in the transition period, but it's fine. Okay, let's see. So I think he shoots the thing back to Econoboi, and Econoboi should be saying how taxes are not as good as the holding company one.
Is there such a thing? And
oh no, he's not sending him to the other question. He's asking a new one.
Fungible, and expropriation is usually tied to things that are not fungible, and it's like taking an irreplaceable thing from you. I think they're meaningful.
We actually, you know what? Does Econoboi know what a bank loan is? He did talk about loaning in his explanation, but he didn't tell us what happens to the banks. He didn't really tell us what's happening with banks and things like that. But essentially, you don't use the bank for a bank loan. You use the government. You use the holding companies, because the holding companies will invest. There will be venture capitalists that will invest in your company. I swear they will. Socialism is an evil scourge of the earth. It's completely decimated a once thriving South African economy within 15 years. Well, that's just the normal government just taking its part. I'm doing my part, so you're gonna do it. Yeah, socialism. Do they even? Is it even socialism? Are they even trying to make it that much of a system? It's just they just take what they want. Like, that feels too systematic, this word that you're applying here. Wise one. I'm just like, they're government and they're doing government things. It doesn't even feel that systematic, that organized. If communism is the toilet, socialism is the swirling toilet. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I like as coming up. Basically, growing up, we heard, okay, communism bad. Then people are like, oh, but it's socialism. Socialism's fine. It's the nice sparkly thing that you put on. It's the polish you put on the turd, apparently.
Completely different things.
Okay, fair enough. To you, Econoboi.
Okay, so Econoboi, give us the Econoboi's question. Oopsie. Not there. Question for Econoboi. Right.
Is there such a thing? And if there is, can you kind of walk me through it? A liberal socialism? Like, how is liberalism in your mind compatible with the economic model you just kind of laid out there?
How is I think that's a better way of wording it. How is liberalism... What? How is liberalism compatible? The model. Okay, is there liberal socialism? So I think he's gonna just say it is. It's the most liberal. It's the most liberal system. It's we already have a system going. We already have rules that seem to oppress us now. So yeah, he's just gonna go back to this. It's egalitarian. This is my prediction, and so far I've been pretty good with my predictions of what he's gonna say.
Yeah, sure. Number one, I do want to challenge. I do want to challenge Destiny and also you, Wick, because I just don't
answer the fucking question, and then you can do your challenge. But okay.
I don't find I'm not hearing much in terms of concrete reasons why my model would be like deeply allocatively inefficient or.
It's so he's finally getting to this point. So a lot of the time in this argument, we got to Destiny saying, "I'm not satisfied with your answer, but I'll move on," because most of the time, whenever there was a questioning process going on, okay, where the question was a criticism, right, from Destiny, he would say, "I've already answered this," and his answer would often be rules-based, transition period, all of the bingo card that I've been talking about this whole stream, right? That's what the magic words would be. And then eventually Destiny goes, I'm not satisfied with your answer, let's move on. And we go to the next thing, and then we get the same thing, go over again. Okay, cool, rules-based, blah, blah, transition, all of that. And then Wick also said, I'm not satisfied with this. So now he wants to go, instead of answering the question, as Wick has given him, it's like, no, I actually haven't heard much criticism for my model over here. Like, because whenever we went further, you would say, I've answered this, and the answer was not good enough, it was not deep enough, it was we'll kind of figure it out. So the fact that Wick over here says your model's too vague, that's all. Your model is vague. It's oh well, we'll see how it goes, and I can't, and it's difficult to imagine, and there's sticky issues. That's what that don't you dare try and say that there hasn't been good enough criticism for your. He's trying to say that. It's pretty funny. Instead of answering this question, okay, we have something else. Not tab, enter. We just have Econoboi. Econoboi going rogue. Challenges. Wick and Destiny. Okay, and we've just got, oh, by the way, no, it's red. Why? There have been no challenges. What did he say? There's such. I just want to challenge. I don't want to challenge. Destiny. I'm not hearing much in terms of concrete reasons why my model will be inefficient. Not hearing concrete. Would be inefficient. Okay. Or frankly, there's so I think Destiny is saying, frankly, there's nothing concrete about your model, but let's see. Sorry.
Is there such a thing? And if there is, can you kind of walk me through it? A liberal socialism. Like, how is liberalism in your mind compatible with the economic model you just kind of laid out.
He might as well have said, well, yeah, fuck your question, Wick. Also.
Out there.
Yeah, sure. Number one, I do want to challenge. I do want to challenge Destiny and also you, Wick, because I just don't find I'm not hearing much in terms of concrete reasons why my model would be like deeply allocatively inefficient or.
Frankly,
Wick, there's nothing vague about what I'm saying. I'm saying we'd have like.
You know what's vague? Thank you. Look at Wick's face. There's nothing vague about what I'm saying. Wick, there's nothing vague about what I'm saying. Wick's face. Yeah, I agree. Been to Cuba multiple times over the last 15 years. It's worth every time. It went from some specific food shortages to now rolling blackouts. Oh, that sounds like home. Most people now get 3 hours of electricity per day. Nice. Charge your stuff a little bit. Socialist paradise. Yeah, everybody's equal. Everybody's equally poor. It's the joke. No. You're making it true. You're making everybody equally in cuck. Okay, so you might not make the year. Horses United, are you okay? What are you talking about? So Econoboi, what was the inefficient? Your model is vague. No, it's not. Nothing I've said is vague. You know what? I can point out, honey, I can point out the vagaries. Okay, they are of the words. Should I put like a sparkle or something for vagary? Let's see, what would a vagary look like? A star, yeah, just a little star in other, no, we need a sticker for this. What would vague be? And there, it would be a search, like I'm looking for the point, or a squiggle. Let's see. No, these are all. There's too much order here. I'm looking for something that embodies chaos. A tornado, vagary. Banana, maybe a squirrel would work. Oh, there's nothing funny enough here. Socialist, it's trash. It's a trash opinion. Trash. No, I like the search. There. Okay, we're gonna use the search. So literally, going back into your model, okay? We're gonna talk about, sorry, we had the transit, the competition, sovereign wealth funds, public owned corporations. So he's got that, that's fine. Welfare for those who can't work. That's just vague. Welfare for those who can't work. So we're just gonna put that, vagary. The public at large. The worker gets great portion of the value they create. Just, oh, okay, they just somehow get that. State-owned shares, but they're managed through holding corporations and wealth funds. Vague, just managed. Okay, so no, let's see. Technocratic management. There's your vagary. Okay, boom. Okay, I've got there another one. Okay, we're competitive holding companies capitalized initially by the state. So he gave us, oh, this is not vague, right? Of course, because he's managed by. This is not vague. He told us how we get the capital, right? Oh, but it's managed by professional investment managers. So it's just managed. Okay? So it's just managed. Vagary. Okay? At arm's length to the state? Fucking vague. Like Federal Reserve, but technocratically managed. We just use the word technocratical. So it works. Vague. Holding corporations operate independently, but are owned by the state. Independence just fucking works. As they allocate the capital, returns trickle up, and which just happens, similar to private asset management today. That just similar. We just vague, fucking vague. Okay. Wealth of nations. Yeah, we've got this whole idea. Take all that, put into a commercial bucket. Managed. We've got the managed. I'm not going to redo it again. Beyond the physical capital, other assets. Land and sell them for cash. Entrepreneurial activity. Investing in equities. Just investing, we're going to get the money. Okay, tax goes to sovereign wealth funds, splits into different holding corporations. What? Oh, remember when we were asked how it works? How do you decide on these holding companies? Rules-based system. Fucking vague. Okay. Oh no. But I specified there would be maybe like no holding upper limit for how big a company would be. Oh, here's also 15. We could have 15 holding companies. Shall I continue? Wealth is concentrated top. Okay, we got that. Oh, management mandate. Oh, return threshold. We got some of that. I've said the things, right? You see, I've said the things. I'll have 100 holding companies. That's not vague, right? Okay. Most capital investment is passive, so we're going to talk about that. Rules based. Oh, there we go. We got another one of those. Socializing the entire economy has sticky issues. You're just saying we just have that, so just wow. How Econoboi imagines it, retail investment still allowed. Okay, so it's still allowed, kind of. Retail investors and an individual buying stocks. Oh wait, what wasn't there something here that oh, the transition period, usual. People continue as usual. They can start businesses whenever they want. Okay, oh, because that's the transition period, right? Yeah. We've got that. Rules, retail investors, companies. This is where he conceded, actually, where he's like, we can get to 75%, then issues arise. Yeah. Please tell me how vague that. You see all of that? That is contained in Wick's eyes. The fact that Wick's eyes are wide here. Okay, when bro is saying nothing about this is vague, that is all contained in that look. So. Don't come and tell me nothing about this is vague. Rant over. I didn't realize I cared this much. Okay.
We have all these asset managers now. Just imagine a system where they're all public instead of privately owned. Okay, imagine that, right? Like that's the complete. And if you just literally don't understand how capital is allocated in our system, and so you have no conception of what that looks like, just say that, Wick. But don't say I'm not being specific. Goddammit. Sorry, I got a little triggered.
So the thing.
Okay, so he's saying it's because you don't understand how capital is allocated. Oh, don't say nothing about it is vague. Imagine our current system. But instead of don't understand how capitalism. Okay, public instead of private. Imagine a system where they're all public instead of privately owned, but public instead of privately owned asset managers. Okay. And you don't understand because you don't understand capital allocation. So don't make that my problem. No, if I don't make me understand it then. Make me understand it. Explain to me like I'm 5. Make me understand it. Oh, I'm getting triggered. You know what will make you less triggered? If you tell me about it. If you really go right down to the basics. And you don't get to this point where you go, oh, it gets managed. It gets managed. We do entrepreneurial activity. No. I want you to go even further into tell me what life is like. Oh, but you're basically saying we just keep capitalism, but everything else is owned by everybody. Imagine a world where cats are the only currency. And you know what? And if you don't understand how that works, Zax, then you know what? You cannot call me vague. Okay. It's your fault if you don't. Okay. Imagine our current system. You don't understand capital allocation. That's why it seems vague. Cats can't be currency because they distribute themselves. Well, the thing is, they have sovereigns distribution, and that's good. It just works, bro. Yeah, that's his argument. But sorry, I got triggered. Okay. You know what? He triggered me too. We all triggered here. I mean, me getting triggered about economics. What the fuck is this?
Well, it doesn't make sense to say that.
Sure, I'll answer the viewer's question after you respond, Essie. Sorry.
Go ahead. You can answer the question.
Yeah, Destiny's like, fuck you. I don't need to respond.
Well, yeah. Anyway, so I
You didn't. It's not the win you thought it is, love.
I do actually want to learn. Like, I hear a lot of, it just seems like it doesn't. I want to, get into that. Tell me why. So, on the answer of,
he asked you about employees and things, and you just like, you get to the point. You literally got to the point where you said, "Oh, there's sticky issues." Those are the fucking issues that they have with your model, love. Those sticky issues, they're pretty sticky.
Can you have a liberal socialism? So yes, I think that for the most part,
shall we? Yeah, let him finish this answer, and then I'm finishing. I'm not going to continue with this discussion.
I think liberalism is defined by individual rights, political equality, things like that. I don't.
Oh, this is exactly what I thought his answer would be. Okay, he's going to say, look, it's completely compatible. The question that he said "fuck you" to essentially is, by the way, no. It's how is liberalism compatible with the model you just laid out? Absolutely compatible. That's what it is.
I think liberalism is necessarily defined by, in large majority part, the ability to start a private business. I think there's a reason why, famous kind of historical liberal J.S. Mill, he endorsed socialism at the end of his life, even though he was a very committed liberal for his time.
Yeah, it's great. You know what? At the end of your life, it's a great time to invoke socialism because you're gonna die. What's the point?
And obviously had an incomplete view of liberalism himself. But even like contemporary liberalism, probably the most famous liberal thinker contemporarily is John.
Stop it.
Rawls.
Okay, like I Destiny did this earlier. Maybe now that with this question, maybe it's a bit more valid that you would bring in the name drops, right? Because these are the people that are supposedly they have defined liberalism. He's using their definitions of liberalism. They are liberals. So name dropping makes sense here, but for me it's irritating. Because I've already decided I don't like him. So I'm just telling you, okay, why I've reacted this way. So yeah, he's just going to say it's compatible. But yeah, I just want you to just tell me what you think, okay? Tell me what you think. Don't drop the names. Tell me what you think. Okay? So we've got but fine, I have to go back and fucking type this.
Socialism. So yes, I think that for the most part, I think liberalism is defined by individual rights.
Liberalism defined. Individual rights. So he's going to say, look, you still have individual rights.
Political equality, things like that.
Political equality, because he's going to say, look. Okay.
I don't think liberalism is necessarily defined by, in large majority part, the ability to start a private business.
Not defined by the ability to to start a private business. So look, it's not freedom to start a business. Okay. Hey, you Nork. Jeez, I will stumble over that one. One day I'll get it. Not defined by the ability to start a private company, right? Private business. Okay. And then he goes into the what is it? Mill, J.S. Mill, endorsed socialism. Okay, at the end of his life. Okay. Then what? Even though he was very committed liberal for his time and had an incomplete view of liberalism. Okay, cool.
private business. I think there's a reason why, famous kind of historical liberal J.S. Mill, he endorsed socialism at the end of his life, even though he was a very committed liberal for his time, and obviously had an incomplete view of liberalism himself. But even like contemporary liberalism, probably the most famous liberal thinker contemporarily is John Rawls, and Rawls also endorsed socialism, right? Rawls said,
Okay, Rawls, I suppose, endorsed socialism. Okay, I still need you to give me your argument from authority here. Like, oh, these guys are liberal. No, explain it. Explain why they endorse socialism. What is the good thing about socialism through a liberal lens? I suppose this is your introductory thinking. I'm frustrated. I expect people to think better than me. Because the way that it takes me a flippin' long time to get to the point.
That you can certainly achieve liberal ideals with a democratic socialist system. And he thought that because, again, the things about political equality and individual rights, like there's nothing necessarily incompatible with socialism and the idea of having essentially political equality and individual rights, right? Like
you still have individual rights. So this, he said all of that. And he re-said the same thing. Okay, nice for you. Okay. And then?
Like, I don't think my system would abolish free speech. I don't think my system would not be democratic in nature. I've already...
So, his system... No free speech. Abolishment. Okay, what? Still democratic? Okay.
He said, hey, if people just don't want to do what I'm suggesting, well, vote against it. I don't know. I'm not going to fucking force anybody to do anything. So anyway, so that's kind of what I'm describing ultimately.
Okay.
Knew it.
Okay, you had something to say, Destiny, to him, and we can kind of go through that maybe.
Yeah, so I feel like the challenge is that you say that you're answering questions, but every time you answer the question, we package all of the really difficult things into this phrase of an ambiguous superstructure or
yes. See, he's just winning by understanding what has gone on. So he wins by having this map in his head. Essentially, that's it. You just have to know what the guy previously said. He's done all the work for you. He hasn't done any groundwork that makes his argument better. All you have to do is say, you're not answering my questions. It's a very easy state of of winning that Destiny's in here.
Rules or some crazy rule set, and I was like, okay.
Oh no.
Oh, he's still here? Hello?
I don't know. I guess I want to know about him confronting this because this is a good answer from Destiny. It's essentially the same answer that Wick gave, but Wick was not going to be talking as much as Destiny. She's like, okay, Destiny's response. When you answer, you say you're answering questions, but you're not. Not. Oopsie. They're packaged all the difficult things into phrases like superstructure. Yep, and rules based and all of that. So that's I went through and marked all of those phrases in the map. Okay, you can go and look for them. And I've probably missed a lot because most of what he said can be put into that category. We've got in entrepreneurial, all of that. So I don't know what his response. If his response is satisfactory, maybe I need to continue. But let's see.
What just happened?
I don't know.
Beeped for a second.
Did it not? Okay, I'm gonna start over. It feels like the issue is every time I try to figure out how any of these things are. Wait, is it working? Hello?
No, it is.
You guys are here? I don't.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like we get the answer is oh, well, there would be rules to take care of that. And it's those rules I think are pretty important. It also seems like we're, at the end of the day...
I'll just put put here the things that he brings up. Okay, I'll just put them. He brings up the problem. So it's superstructure, and then he goes rules. Okay, those are all important things. He needs understanding.
When we start to drill it down into this, all we've done is we've basically created capitalism with like a different tax structure. So, for instance,
his capitalism. Basically his. Instead of taking money from your profits or whatever, we're gonna own the whole thing, and instead of just this normal taxing going into what the government spends on, somehow you're gonna get some sort of contribution back as the worker, as the person. You are going to own, through the government, you will own the means of production.
I'm very confused. You're advocating for a system of socialism where individuals can still start firms on their own and then scrape excesses from the surplus value created by their employees. That's a very strange. The only difference is we're just the initial investment comes from holding corporations that are capitalized with public funds. Is that the answer? Is that like if I wanted to start a business, am I allowed to hire employees?
Okay, so I feel like, so originally
I feel like, cool, let's see what his answer is, because I don't think his answer would, from what he said before, it would be freaking miraculous for him to somehow bring out an answer that works.
It's like, well, Econoboi, I'm not going to make you just completely, totally lay out a 500-page document of how exactly this works. And so what I answered to your question was, let's just imagine that it's a committee superstructure where, hey, we've accumulated $10 trillion.
I didn't want to give you all the details, so I said this.
Dollars of a sovereign wealth fund. We're going to take $1 trillion of that and do one new holding corporation that now has to go out and invest.
Yeah, exactly, Wick. You're just giving me the fucking.
I think that Wick is pretty specific.
It's not, you fuck.
On how the holding corporation.
You didn't answer his question.
Nothing that you just said there had anything to do with my question.
You asked how they get formed, and
No. We did get to the answer. We did, actually, guys. Sorry. We did get to the answer. Econoboi did give us the answer. You can start your private firm if you just go to the holding company and talk about it. When it comes to the employee stuff, you can start your firm. Doesn't matter. And people also, like, this comes back to my initial question that I had in the first episode, was how the fuck does it work for you, the employee? What are you doing? How are you? Oh, we're just engaging in capitalism in our firms, okay? But okay, I just get a little bit of dividends back, or do I get a salary? How am I compensated in this socialism?
Just answer.
No, I asked if you can hire employees. Can you hire employees? Are you allowed to do that?
Okay.
Yes, you can, because his answer should be yes. His answer should be yes, because everybody still continues working. The whole thing is that you benefit from the government no matter where you're working. That's how I've understood it.
So if the new question is not how do you fund or do the holding corporations, but can you hire employees?
Wait, let's be clear. Before you said that,
his answer was, he was asking you, how do you hire employees?
We can go back in the video. My question was literally just, are you allowed to hire employees? That was my question.
Wait, okay, Destiny, are you claiming you didn't ask me 100 times how do the new holding corporations get formed?
He did ask that, but he also asked the other question, you frickin' moron.
Though that wasn't a question that was a mainstay that you've asked? I mean, really? Like, come on. You asked that like 5 or 10 times.
And you did not give a satisfactory answer, to the point that Destiny had to say to you, and that's just, no, I can't. To the point that Destiny had to say, your answer is unsatisfactory, let's move on. That's how many times he had to ask you. He asked you so many times, not because you answered it so beautifully, hun, but because you didn't. That's why he asked it several times. It's not that he didn't understand you, it's that you kept saying nothing.
I feel like we've kind of been circling the drain on that.
We've been circling the drain because you...
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah! Give him 1 second. Look, I got the map for you. I'll show you. Okay, I think it's time for us to go. Because if they're going to get into this yelling match, and I'm just gonna start yelling at them. Yeah, toilet. You know what you need as well? You need this emoji. It's my favorite. The South Africans use this on Twitter, and it's fucking great. This. That's it. It's all we need, boys. That's the end. Look. If there is, guys, you tell me. I think this is a good place to stop, because we've gotten his whole model out here. Okay. I'm tempted to go through this. Look, I said I was going to do a longer one, but let's see how far we go. But I'm wondering if I don't diagram this now, because he's just going to repeat himself. So see how far I can go without. Let's do another 5 minutes.
All right, give me a second.
Okay.
Go for it.
Could you? Why?
And by the way, you asked about if you can hire employees, and I said no. You'd have to interact with the public holding corporations to do that.
You didn't say no. No, you did not. You didn't say that. Your answer was starting a business. His answer was starting a business. He did not refer to interacting with you would have to deal with the holding companies. Okay, and also if you have to deal with the holding companies, Econoboi, how are they managing that? And guess what his answer would be? Rules-based, independent, arm's length, technocratic. That's it. The kitty litter emoji. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what your answer would be. Don't try and act like you've got the actual. No, not a fuck. I know. How many times was I able to tell you exactly what he was gonna say? A whole lot of nothing. Yeah. So yeah, he's saying no. You would have to interact, and there even in that answer that he's just given right now, there is a phrase, the vague phrase. You would have to. What did he say? You would have to interact with the public holding corporations to do that. What the fuck does that mean? Interact with them. Okay, what would their policy be? He's just said to you, when I ask you about rules, you don't give me the answer. You don't tell me about it. I think that's about it. I think I haven't learned much from Econoboi, but mad respect to Destiny for the way that he keeps everything in his mind, because I don't like all of my feedback that comes through here is from a very slow and detailed analysis of line by line conversation, and I don't think I would be able to perform in that manner and think in that manner in this situation. I don't know. We'll see if I ever do have to argue in this manner, but yeah, props. It say what you want. I do disagree with a lot of things that Destiny does and says, but there is a reason that he is what he is online, because he keeps this in his head. Obviously he also keeps notes and things like that, and he's done this for years. There's a reason. Econoboi, he fucked this up. So, an economy of tumbleweeds and crickets. Well, no, he's not vague though. It's not vague. It's satisfactory. So, he made a spam sandwich. Yeah, he made a spam sandwich, and no, listen. I'll give you guys a summary of his model. Later on, I promise. It'll be a gag. That's what it'll be. Right, guys. I wish debates had these maps created live. It would be insanely helpful for everyone. Nork, that is actually really one of the things that I do want to do. That was why I got involved in wanting to look at moderation. Because if I was a moderator, this is basically what I would be trying to do. When I did moderate a debate between two audience members, it was I used paper because I wanted to do it quicker. But I think collaboratively mapping out your discussion, your debate together actually would help everyone. I do it a lot of the time when we do thinks and things like that. We don't really finish them, but I try to just. I think if your argument is strong enough, let it be diagrammed, let it be mind mapped. Let me understand it, and your opponent will understand it better. It would be cool. I made the joke the other day about seize the means of production, utopia, and that's literally it. Econoboi just hand waves and question begs and hopes nobody notices. We all noticed. And the fact is Destiny does, and he seems to, he did the same thing. He's just like, oh, it's not, your criticisms are not satisfactory. Yeah. Yes, all three groups have access to the canvas sort of thing. Yeah, that's it. So collect underpants 2 ? 3 profit. I love that. So I don't know. It would be cool to actually get a discussion like that going. Where all 3 parties do it. Maybe I'll speak to Wick and ask him if at some point I could do that, or we do it on my channel. I think it would work. But he's the one that has the debates and hosts the debates. I would need to find some people that are able to debate during my time, my live stream time. So anyway, otherwise it will be during a thinkers, which is another thing that I've asked the guys for us to do. We just need to find a thing that we disagree on deeply, and we can argue about it. Avoiding the question. Stuck. That's coined. That has been coined, guys. Avoiding the question. Don't Econoboi this, you shits. Right, guys. So the next time you'll see me will be tomorrow morning for me. For the think, we have Lovett joining us. Lovett Ever After. She is joining us again, and we are going to be talking about. Okay, obviously we'll go over a bit of the news and stuff as we initially do just when we chat, but then we will be going over talking about the idea of chaos. Okay, yeah, of course that we'll probably lean and talk into chaos versus order, but all questions around the idea of chaos and spontaneity, things like that, philosophical soft questions, please come around and enjoy that conversation. And then after that we will be doing a bit of a react stream and then a game. So after that we take a bit of break, then I do a react stream, which will be around the same time I started today's stream, and then I do a gaming stream just for an hour on my gaming channel, which is that on Kitty Games. But if you're here for the diagrams, we'll see you next week for some more diagrams. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Have a nice life, everybody, and enjoy the outro song by our lovely Creamage. Meow, meow, meow.
I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. She goes meow 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 meow. We're squirky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. Okay, thanks, bye.